Chapter 964, Matching Magic Powers. Chapter 964, Matching Magic Powers. Your illusionary arts indeed have no flaws to exploit. But inside the illusion previously you said to me, with you around, you won't let people hurt me. If it was the real Lear, she wouldn't say so. Yi Yuan said coolly. The fake Lear said with a smile, looks like it was me who made an unnecessary move. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this illusion, everything is so lifelike. But the greatest flaw is yourself, because they are all illusionary, while you are real. The fake Lear sighed with admiration as she said, being hit with an illusionary art and actually still having such terrifying analytical abilities. You're indeed different from the rest. Even those two divine kings are much worse compared to you. It's just that even if you saw through the illusionary art, wanting to break free from inside the illusion can't be done too. Seeing through an illusion and breaking free from inside the illusionary realm, these were two entirely different matters. How could an illusionary art capable of making Yi Yuan fall for it be that easy to resolve? Truly powerful illusionary arts was to let the martial artist clearly know that they got caught in an illusionary realm, but just could not break free. In the end, they would still sink inside forever. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to care about this. He just said coolly, where did you send Lear? Although the words were calm, the killing intent revealed was a little short of materializing. The fake Lear said with a faint smile, don't be agitated. She's very safe. Everyone is safe. But want to meet her, you have got to come out from inside the illusion first. However, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, she'll probably be staying in Yellow Millet Mountain forever. While talking, the fake Lear's figure slowly became faint, finally turning into nothing. Following her disappearance, this stretch of S, P, A, C became deathly still, making people S, H, I, plus ver without being cold. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. He was ruminating over the meaning in fake Lear's words. Seemed like everyone who came to Yellow Millet Mountain fell to the illusionary art. If he was unable to break free from the illusionary realm within 3 days, Lear would likely sink into the illusion forever, becoming a walking corpse. No, wait, there should be one person who had not fallen to the illusionary art. Han Tong. Han Tong had the spirit horn shattering mirror in his hands. This divine artifact subjugated illusions the most. Wanting to make him fall into an illusionary realm was probably even harder than ascending to the heavens. Since he dared to head straight for Yellow Millet Mountain, this divine artifact was naturally not randomly brought along. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt the pressure mounting. If he did not go out early, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Also, just who in the world was this that made everyone fall into an illusion? Could it be the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil? Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, just what kind of existence was it? Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, chasing away all the doubts in his head. Now was not the time to consider these. The urgent matter on hand was still breaking free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan also could not figure out just when did he fall for the illusionary art. The rest all fell for the illusionary art previously. Only he alone was clear-headed and even used the Jie character to wake everyone up. If the Jie character could break free from the illusion, then he suck. You bed to the illusionary art after that. If it could not break the illusion, could it be that he already suck? You bed to it before entering Yellow Millet Mountain, dismissing distracting thoughts. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy to the limits and suddenly gave a fierce cry. Jie! The scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. The surroundings finally recovered signs of life. A bright moon hung above the main peak with indistinct shadows around. There were walking corpses moving about. Not far away, Yu Jianfeng stood here, his eyes completely blank. Clearly, he fell for the illusionary art too. But as for the rest, there were no traces to be seen. Yi Yuan's face brightened up. The Jia character really broke free from the illusionary realm. Breaking free of the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan suffered a great loss in vitality too. He hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill to recover his strength. Could not care that much either. Yi Yuan used the Jia character once more, breaking apart Yu Jianfeng's illusionary magic. Yu Jianfeng's eyes finally recovered some spirit. Looking at Yi Yuan rather woodenly, he said absent-mindedly, "Why, Yi Yuan, what happened to me?" Consecutive usage of the Jia character. Yi Yuan's condition was very withered, but he still responded, "You got caught in an illusion. Carry me up to the main peak." Yu Jianfeng's expression turned fearful, and he carried Yi Yuan and dashed up the main peak. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill again, recovering vitality frenziedly. The scenery on both sides fell backward crazily, but Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Put me down," Yi Yuan suddenly said solemnly. "And what is it?" Yu Jianfeng was puzzled, but still put Yi Yuan down. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together, and he said in a low voice, "No, wait, you're not Yu Jianfeng. I'm still inside the illusion. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you just come out from within an illusion? How did you fall into an illusion again?" Yu Jianfeng said anxiously. Yi Yuan stared at him and said with a cold smile, "How did you know that I just came out from inside an illusion? Did I mention that before?" Yu Jianfeng involuntarily froze and argued with sophistry. "Didn't everyone falls into an illusion?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "How do you know that everybody fell into an illusion? Or did you originally already know my encounter inside the illusion?" Yu Jianfeng froze and suddenly laughed in spite of himself and said, "I didn't expect that you're actually so alert. You, boy, are indeed rather different. Since that's the case, then congratulations for successfully cracking it. Oh, forgot to tell you, a day's time has already passed, set in the outside world. You're still left with 2 days now." Done talking, Yu Jianfeng's body disappeared once again. Yi Yuan's face was very grim. He revolved heart like monolith heart realm to the limits, forcibly calming down his state of mind. This illusionary realm was seriously too terrifying. One ring linked to another. It was totally impossible to guard against. Furthermore, that guy's grasp on the human heart was also extremely strong. He followed Yi Yuan's thoughts, planning on luring Yi Yuan to sink into deprivation step by step. If no accidents occurred, he would definitely still run into others subsequently along the way. Then, Yi Yuan would help them to break free of the illusionary realm one by one. The more it was so, the deeper Yi Yuan would sink into it. Earlier, during the process when Yi Yuan was recovering vitality, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that it was rather amiss. Too smooth. The matter seemed to be developing in the direction he predicted. He wanted to break free from the illusion. Hence, he broke free. He wanted to save Lier. As a result, Yu Jianfeng carried him up the main peak. Yi Yuan previously said that Yu Mingli was the other party's greatest flaw. Actually, how was she not Yi Yuan's greatest weak point too? The other party made use of precisely this point. That was how he made Yi Yuan sink deeper and deeper. When he thought that he broke free of the illusionary realm, his mind would relax step by step, finally sinking into deprivation forever. The other party could concoct countless lies, deceiving Yi Yuan all the way down the road, exactly alike with reality. More importantly, delaying this short while a day's time actually already passed, set in the outside world. No matter whether what the other party said was true or false, Yi Yuan could not afford to lose. Within 2 days, he must break free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged. He discovered that he still thought too simply of this illusionary realm. This was a great taboo inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan settled down to concentrate, purging all of the distracting thoughts in his head, and pondered about ways to deal with the situation. Chapter 965. Samsara of 100 Lifetimes. Chapter 965. Samsara of 100 Lifetimes. Pondering over and over again, Yi Yuan only had the choice to take the path of increasing his heart realm cultivation. But Yi Yuan current heart realm boundary was middle stage heart like monolith. Even if he reached late stage, Yi Yuan felt that the chances of breaking free of the illusion were not great either. Much less that he had to reach late stage heart like monolith within 2 days. That was virtually something impossible. Even if he visualized the Lin character, it was also not possible to have such rapid improvement. Yi Yuan racked his mind swiftly. Fine sweat beads started to appear on his forehead. Behind his calm back was tremendous pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His entire person's imposing momentum was swept away clean. The current Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person, without the slightest hint of essence energy undulation. Even heart like monolith heart realm was also utterly released. Since I'm not able to break free of the illusion, then let me sink into it thoroughly, Yi Yuan slowly said. The scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. On Yellow Millet Mountain's main peak was a flat platform. Currently, on the platform stood full of people everywhere. Each and every one of these people all had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly deep in slumber. In the center of the platform, a young and handsome youngster was currently sitting on top of a high platform with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he slowly opened both eyes and looked towards a young man in front of him. This young man was shockingly the Yi Yuan who got caught in the illusion. The current Yi Yuan likewise had both eyes tightly shut and actually seemed like a puppet. Beside Yi Yuan was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a mirror in his hand. It was shockingly the spirit horn-shattering mirror. Han Tong's entire body was trembling. A look of struggle appeared on his face, while Yi Yuan's face was serene, even carrying some enjoyment. The young man on the elevated platform smiled slightly and opened his mouth to say, "This boy is indeed extraordinary, to actually choose to banish himself. Unless one has great fort, they cannot achieve this step. It's just that this way, your chances of survival will also be very bleak, whether it's a nirvanic rebirth or sinking into deprivation forever. This seat will wait to see it." As he said, he turned to the Han Tong beside and said with a cold smile, "Spirit horn shattering mirror, it's truly been ages since we've met. Even if this seat is no longer as valiant as back then, a mere Tao profound realm wants to make this seat submit just by holding it. Truly laughable. Looks like the host should emerge between these two people. Come on, this seat is very much looking forward to your performances." Finished muttering these to himself, the youth slowly closed his eyes again, an appearance as if everything was within control. On the main peak's platform, Yu Mingli, Yu Lingyu, Zhou Boping, Wan Shuangzhou, and the rest were shockingly present. The martial artists who ventured into Yellow Millet Mountain were actually rounded up in one fell swoop by this young man. Yi Yuan thoroughly opened up his mind and instantly lost himself inside the illusion. "Big brother Yuan, you finally woke up." Opening his eyes, Yu Mingli's gentle voice sounded out by his ear. Yi Yuan rubbed his head that felt like it was splitting and said, What happened to me?" "You obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil inside the vast sun bright moon realm, then fell into a slumber all the way until now before waking up. You scared me badly." Yu Mingli said, "What? I obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil." Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly sat up. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. One pupil emitted a dazzling light. A sun actually suspended on the pupil. But on the other pupil, a moon was suspended. Yi Yuan suddenly deployed the left eye. It was only to hear a boom, and the entire room was blasted into a pile of debris. With this, it attracted a large group of Yu family experts over. Yi Yuan's two eyes activating at the same time, a bizarre power spread out. Everyone actually had dull looks in their eyes. Yi Yuan felt like he was actually able to control each person. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was too powerful. Yi Yuan was unbelievably thrilled, but he released the illusionary art, letting everyone recover. Congratulations, Big Brother Yuan. With this sun-moon heavenly pupil, stepping into deity realm in the future might not be an impossibility too. Yumengli gave felicitations. I don't dare to think too much about deity realm. However, with this sun-moon heavenly pupil, Ji Kanglin's days are numbered. Yi Yuan said coldly. In the following days, Yi Yuan immersed in bitter cultivation. With the sun-moon heavenly pupil, his cultivation advanced at a tremendous pace. Only using 10 years' time, he broke through to the Divine King realm. After 10 years, Yi Yuan brought along the similarly major accomplishment Spirit Physique, Yumengli, and charged up the Medicine King Hall. The Yi Yuan who possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil, his power was incomparably terrifying. Plus a major accomplishment Spirit Physique, Yumengli, how could the Medicine King Hall stop their footsteps? Finally, after a round of great battle without equal, Yi Yuan killed Ji Kanglin with his own hands. Avenging his great enmity, Yi Yuan fulfilled his lifelong wish and brought Yumengli along to travel the world. Their days spent were merry and carefree. Just like that, year after year, no idea how many seasons had passed, said either Yi Yuan and Yumengli, the husband and wife couple, became the divine realm's supreme powerhouses. Although they did not break through to deity realm, the two with their strength, no one dared to provoke them at all. But longevity would eventually come to an end. Yi Yuan and Yumengli already finally reached the day of Pa-S, sing away in meditation. Yi Yuan was thin and emaciated, a far cry from his handsome and suaveness in those days long ago. Yi Yuan, having such a wife for a lifetime, what do I still need? This lifetime, we've experienced too many D-Y slaughters. I hope that in our next life, we can be a pair of ordinary couple. Yi Yuan looked at Yumengli and said with a calm expression. 2 rows of clear teardrops fell down Yumengli's face as she nodded and said, as long as Big Brother Yuan is willing, Lier will definitely accompany lifetime after lifetime. Done talking, Yi Yuan's and Yumengli's physical bodies started to gradually decay, finally turning into a pile of ashes and dissipating within the heaven and earth. No idea how many years later, a mortal kingdom's capital, the princess went on an inspection tour and was taken for a ferry. A young lad in cloth garment fell in love with the princess when he saw the princess's stunning looks. However, all the way until the day he died, the lad in cloth garment never saw the princess a second time again. If there's a next life, I must become a powerhouse that can hold up the heavens and marry the princess, the lad in cloth garment said before Pa-S, sing away. Another lifetime, Yi Yuan and a wealthy family's young lady fell for each other and secretly pledged their love for life. Yi Yuan was looked down upon by this family, so he joined the army resolutely. Several years later, Yi Yuan returned in success and wanted to marry the young lady. Alas, fate made a mockery of men. The young lady actually killed herself because she was forced by her elders. Yi Yuan came before the young lady's grave, drew his sword, and cut his throat, committing suicide for love. In a blink of an eye, 100 lifetimes already Pa-S, said. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli incarnated into different ident. One ties and unfolded a series of love and hate entanglement, which lasted 100 lifetimes. After 100 lifetimes, Yi Yuan already completely lost himself. He lived in his own world, at times becoming a powerhouse, sometimes being reduced to a mortal. But no matter what, he wanted to go and find that girl in his dreams. This obsession had never changed, no matter what kind of person he was born as. The young man on the elevated platform looked at Yi Yuan, but his brows furrowed. Divine soul has clearly already become faint long ago, but he's still able to maintain a final trace of clarity and not be extinguished. What in the world did this boy do? Chapter 966, Heaven-Man Unity. Chapter 966, Heaven-Man Unity. At the peak of a mountain, a swordsman stood in the air hugging his sword. Opposite him was an exceedingly beautiful woman. Must we contend for superiority between you and me? The man said. In this world, only you and I can be rivals. But in these 20 years, you and I have exchanged blows 19 times. Every time, it was my defeat. If I don't beat you in this life, what's the point of me living still? The lady said. The man heaved a sigh and said, take a step back, and it's endless blue skies. In this world, other than victory and defeat, there are still many things. The lady said with a cold smile, killing you, I'll have everything. Make your move. The man sighed slightly and said, fine then, make a move. The woman's face turned cold and said, you're not even drawing your sword? Hoo-hoo, even if I don't draw my sword, you're not my match either. Wild arrogance. Watch out for my sword. The woman gave a cold cry, brandished her sword like a rainbow cutting across the sky, and charged in front of the man. Pucci, the long sword did not have the slightest sluggishness, directly piercing through the man's chest. Why didn't you draw your sword? What's the point in winning you like this? The woman lashed, but 2 rows of clear tears flowed down disappointingly. The man smiled, smiling very happily. The first time I saw you, I already fell for you. Although it was the first meeting, I felt like we've already known each other for very, very long. But in your eyes, there is only the martial path. Hence, I trained in the sword desperately, trained like I went mad, all for the sake of letting you look at me. Ho-ho, I did it. The woman suddenly discovered that her heart was so painful. Turns out that she actually already fell deeply in love with his man unknowingly. The woman could not bear it anymore. Tears gushed out. Why? Since you like me, why didn't you dodge this sword? The man smiled and said, because I discovered that the more I trained in the sword, the more confused I became. The more powerful my sword got, the more and more I can't find myself. This is a samsara, an endless samsara. Competing like this, it's forever impossible for you to know my heart. I want to find myself, therefore, sorry. I don't want an apology. I only want you to live. Sniff, sniff, the man lightly caressed the woman's face. With a look of satisfaction, he said with a light smile, you're still so beautiful when you cry. You are Lear, but who am I? Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out from within the void and came before the swordsman. The swordsman actually looked exactly the same as this person. Who are you? The swordsman asked. I am you, or should I say, I'm your last ray of hope. You reincarnated 100 lifetimes and experienced all manners of hearts. H.I. plus P.S. in the human world. The love and hate entanglement, with Lear also Pa-S, said through time. Now, I'll take back all of these 100 lifetimes of samsara. If I'm still unable to break through, you and I will sink into deprivation for all of eternity. Are you ready? Yi Yuan said coolly, but the swordsman's gaze looked towards Lear as he said, then Lear, she Lear and our divine souls have long become inseparable already. Therefore, even if it's reincarnating 100 lifetimes, she is also a most important part of our lives. Don't worry, as long as we can accomplish it, Lear will naturally be safe and sound, Yi Yuan said. The swordsman slowly nodded his head, gave a smile, and turned into a cloud of green smoke, entering inside Yi Yuan's body. The youth on the elevated platform suddenly snapped open his eyes, looking at Yi Yuan's gradually extinguish. I plus ing divine soul, he sighed, and said, indeed still didn't pull through? Looks like there's only a final choice remaining. Done talking, his gaze looked towards Han Tong. Right then, the young man's expression changed, and he looked at Yi Yuan strangely. His divine soul was already on the verge of the final extinguish. I plusing state. At this time, it actually rebounded fiercely. Yi Yuan's divine soul became increasing stronger. His aura also became stronger and stronger. His Heaven Man unity. He actually did it. Truly a genius without parallel. The young man said with an exclamation. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a very profound state. The current Yi Yuan gave people an extremely unreal feeling. He was clearly standing right there, but his entire person seemingly already fused into one body with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if Yi Yuan had incarnated to become all of creation in heaven and earth. Rumble! Yi Yuan's aura abruptly soared. Violent essence energy closed in over here from all directions. At this moment, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm breakthrough was achieved without effort, reaching third-level phaseless in a blink of an eye. Following that, heavenly tribulation arrived. Transcending the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan broke through to fourth-level phaseless once more. Finally, everything settled down. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a pair of deep eyes, seemingly able to see through everything in this world. 100 lifetimes of samsara was I plus-ing away the guise of the secular. What it refined was the human heart. What I saw was the origin of the great Tao, Heaven-Man unity. So that's how it is. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil is known to be able to turn all of creation in the world into illusions. Indeed, worthy of its reputation. It's just that the world probably never would have thought that the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil has long attained Tao, already cultivating into a primordial spirit. Yi Yuan looked at the young man and said slowly. Yi Yuan maintained his final trace of soul fire from extinguish. I plus-ing with a secret art, making himself sink into the illusionary realms, samsara. This was harboring the attitude to win or to die trying. If there was even a tiny bit of mishap, Yi Yuan would never be able to wake up again. However, experiencing 100 lifetimes of samsara, Yi Yuan's heart realm was tempered little by little, becoming incomparably powerful. Although this illusion was powerful, it also strengthened and tempered Yi Yuan. The young man looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise, as if he was admiring a piece of art. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I won't accompany you." "Fine lad, you really surprised me. That guy is relying on the advantage of a divine artifact before barely managing to be able to contend with my secret illusion, heavenly realm. But you actually relied on your own comprehension abilities and broke through to Heaven-Man Unity realm, breaking free of the secret illusion, heavenly realm. Truly too remarkable. For 100,000 years, you're the first person to be able to do it to this step. Boy, you should feel honored." The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said, rather excitedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Very sorry, I don't feel honored at all. What I'm going to do now is to kill you." Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled faintly and said, Kill me, and your woman will be lost inside the illusionary realm forever. Not everyone can be like you, comprehending heaven-man unity. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said coldly, "What conditions do you have?" His Jia character's level of attainment was far from enough, and was totally unable to help Yu Mengli. They all escaped the illusionary realm. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled, and said, "That's more like it. My conditions are very simple. Either you die, or he dies. Choose one yourself." Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "You chose me to be a host? Looks like you finally can't stand the loneliness and want to get out of the vast sun, bright moon realm." Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, "Those old undyings thought that by sealing me here, I'll have no way of getting out. They probably never would have thought that the divine realm would enter an age of declining laws, divine Tao dropping to zero, without deity realm powerhouses who can tie me up to be used by others. As long as I find a suitable host, with how vast the divine realm is, I alone reign supreme. Heaven has eyes, delivering you in front of me." Chapter 967. Initiative Changing Hands. Chapter 967. Initiative Changing Hands. Only then did Yi Yuan know that the Zhou and Yu Tu families' forefathers who obtained the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil before had probably long realized that the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had problems. Therefore, before they set on, they set up this vast sun bright moon realm, using it to seal the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. It was just that they also did not expect the arrival of an age of declining laws, making everything changed. Without deity realm powerhouses, no one was able to harness the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil anymore. In the course of time, it birthed a primordial spirit on its own and cultivated to an exceedingly high realm. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's terrifying ocular arts, even divine king powerhouses, did not have the strength to resist. Yi Yuan's face was grim as he asked, "For 100,000 years, who knows how many experts had come here? Why did you choose me?" Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled lightly and said, "Although their cultivation realms were higher than yours, their heart realm was far inferior compared to you. Without an exceptional high heart realm, there's simply no way of withstanding my powerful ocular powers. Wait until I wipe away your consciousness. Adding on my ocular arts, the divine realm will be our world in the future." The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had cultivated for D knows how many tens of thousands of years here. His strength was unfathomable. Even if he did not reach the deity realm, his ocular arts had probably already achieved perfection. What he lacked was just a set of fleshly bodies suitable for him. Accurately speaking, the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil seeking out a host was different from the ordinary seizing of possession. He only wanted to wipe away the martial artist's original consciousness, while the other abilities could be preserved perfectly. Cultivation realm could be cultivated, if lacking, but the cultivation of heart realm was far too difficult. Hence, that was why he did not make a move all along, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. "If I say no," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil did not reveal a surprised look. He just said with a faint smile, "You will agree, because apart from me, body can undo her illusionary magic." His gaze looked over towards Yu Mengli, his face revealing a smug smile. Yi Yuan fell silent. A look of struggle appeared on his face. "You don't have much time. You really greatly surprised me by being able to break through to Heaven-Man unity within 2 days. However, that little girl is only left with at most 4 hours. Once the time is up, even I will be powerless to do anything to," Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Unless you swear a heavenly Tao oath. Otherwise, why should I believe you?" Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said with a faint smile, "I won't swear a heavenly Tao oath. As for whether you believe or not, that's your problem, nothing to do with me. But I think that it seems you can only choose to believe me. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil seemed to savor this feeling of needing other people very much. An expression of walking on air surfaced on his face. He just quietly awaited Yi Yuan's choice and did not urge. Finally, Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and looked at the sun, moon, heavenly pupil as he said, "Hope that you keep your word. Come on." Done talking, Yi Yuan utterly opened up his mind, seemingly already resigned himself to fate. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil smiled and said, "Ha! He who understands the times is a wise man. Don't worry, I'll help her release the illusionary magic." He naturally would not tell Yi Yuan that once these people thoroughly immersed in the illusionary realm, they would become his slave, being manipulated at his will. Releasing you, Mengli? That was impossible. On this yellow millet mountain, just the divine king powerhouses were numerous. Once such a force got out, it would probably become the 9th super holy land immediately. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil gave a light chuckle and transformed into a stream of flowing light and entered inside Yi Yuan's body all at once. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, instantly feeling that his 2 eyes swelled incomparably, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Ha! The sun, moon, heavenly pupil is matchlessly tyrannical. It's not that easy to endure. Now, allow me to lead this body. Arg, D-A-M, and it, soul-suppressing pearl. How could you have the soul-suppressing pearl, this sort of thing? Sun, moon, heavenly pupil suddenly cried out miserably, just as he was going to wipe away Yi Yuan's consciousness. A stream of gloomy light probed out from inside the soul-suppressing pearl. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil sensed a terrifying power. This power was plenty to utterly obliterate him. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's divine soul suddenly blocked in front of him. That ghostly light seemed to have intelligence and actually directly withdrew back into the soul-suppressing pearl. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil was still suffering from the shock, his face seized with fear and trepidation. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with a frightened look. He had long predicted that Yi Yuan definitely would not give in so obediently. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually the soul-suppressing pearl. His primordial spirit body was similarly divine soul in nature. For the soul-suppressing pearl to want to exterminate him just now was merely an effortless matter. I didn't think that you're familiar with the soul-suppressing pearl too. Then it's easy to handle. Now, we can have a proper chat, right? Yi Yuan looked at the sun, moon, heavenly pupil with a smile that was not a smile and said, the sun, moon, heavenly pupil's expression changed, and he said, how can you possibly have the soul-suppressing pearl, this kind of thing? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, just casually picked it up. That's not the main point. The main thing is, when are you planning on undoing Lear's illusionary magic? The sun, moon, heavenly pupil's expression changed, and he said, you let me go first, then we talk again. Otherwise, I won't undo the secret illusion, heavenly realm. Not that the sun, moon, heavenly pupil did not wish to go out, but that he entered Yi Yuan's body and already reconstructed Yi Yuan's 2 eyes and produced a bond with Yi Yuan's body. If he succeeded in taking possession, everything naturally could be discussed. But now, as long as Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to release this bond, his primordial spirit would be bounded up inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, unable to break free. The current sun, moon, heavenly pupil had reached the point of being caught between the devil and the deep sea, with the soul-suppressing pearl around. His taking of possession was something totally impossible. But wanting to escape Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness needed Yi Yuan's approval. With this, the initiative completely landed in Yi Yuan's hands. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil's soul chip right now was Yu Mengli. Do you really take me to be a fool? I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't agree, I'll make the soul-suppressing pearl wipe away your consciousness and let you return to origin. It is a little troublesome, but at that time, your 100,000 over years of cultivation will be ruined overnight. Yi Yuan sputtered nonsense. He was unable to mobilize the sun-moon heavenly pupil at all. He was just swindling the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That was all. But Yi Yuan guessed that the soul-suppressing pearl had extremely powerful abilities regarding divine souls. Presumably wiping away consciousness, this sort of thing was not a difficult thing to it. Indeed, the sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "If that's the case, that little girlie is dead for sure, too." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "There's still 4 hours' time. I think it's sufficient for me to inherit the sun-moon heavenly pupil." The sun-moon heavenly pupil gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Right now, the initiative was completely in Yi Yuan's hands. Right at this time, Han Tong's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he plopped down on the ground, his entire person perspiring profusely as if he had a great illness. Huff, huff. Han Tong gasped for air heavily but suddenly jolted, being struck dumb with amazement by the scene in the surroundings. Looking towards Yi Yuan again, he actually discovered that Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were bleeding, and his expression involuntarily changed drastically. This boy obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil. How is this possible? Han Tong said in disbelief. Chapter 968, Divine Artifact Great Battle. Chapter 968, Divine Artifact Great Battle. Looks like you expended considerable effort because of reconstructing my 2 eyes. That's how it allowed Han Tong to break free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan looked at the sun-moon heavenly pupil helplessly and said, "In this place, the only one who could contend with the sun-moon heavenly pupil was Han Tong, who wielded the spirit horn shattering mirror. But earlier, in order to reconstruct Yi Yuan's 2 eyes, the sun-moon heavenly pupil needed to expend a huge amount of effort. This also let the secret illusion, heavenly realm, loosen up somewhat. Han Tong finally made use of this opportunity and broke through the secret illusion, heavenly realm, in one stroke, returning to reality. When the sun-moon heavenly pupil saw Han Tong break free of the illusionary realm, he was not startled. He rejoiced instead and said to Yi Yuan, "Boy, release me. I'll deal with him on your behalf." Yi Yuan shot him a scornful glance and said, "Give it up. You'd better carefully think things through and release Lier. When I dispose of Han Tong, if you still haven't made a decision, I don't mind blotting you out." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression turned fearful, and he hurriedly said, "He has a divine artifact in his hands. There's no way you're his match." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Just a divine artifact, only. And you said it like I don't have one. You just wait here obediently. The power of the soul-suppressing pearl. I believe you're also aware, without the need for me to expound. If you seek death yourself, then it can't be blamed on me." The sun-moon heavenly pupil could not help being speechless. A divine artifact, only? Could what this brat be talking about? The soul-suppressing pearl. But with this boy's present strength, he was completely unable to utilize the soul-suppressing pearl. All right? Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliance shot out from his eyes. Han Tong was currently staring at Yi Yuan's eyes and looking. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes, it actually sent him into a trance. He hurriedly turned his head over, not daring to look at Yi Yuan's eyes anymore. This boy definitely acquired the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Yi Yuan lightly wiped away the 2 rows of blood tears. Looking at this world again, it seemed to have become different. The first thing he did was put Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, they all away inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. As for the life and death of the others, it had nothing to do with him. Boy, was the sun moon heavenly pupil taken by you. Han Tong said with a somber look. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what if yes? Humph, so what? Hand over the sun moon heavenly pupil. This seat will spare you from death. Han Tong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan looked at him and said disdainfully, F***CK your bowls. I plus T, I want you to give me the spirit horn shattering mirror. Will you give or not? Han Tong's face turned black, and he said in a deep voice, Boy, do you think that you have the qualifications to pick a fight with me? The pag, in your hands, is merely a quasi-divine artifact. If you really exchange blows with me, whether or not that pag, of yours can be preserved, is an uncertainty. TCH, just a divine artifact. What's there to be KY about? You don't think that there is only the spirit horn shattering mirror, this one divine artifact in this whole world, right? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look and slowly took out the sacred dragon token. Han Tong originally had a look of contempt. If one was not haughty holding a divine artifact, then what else was there to be haughty over? Prior to this, divine artifacts had never appeared before in the divine realm. All right? But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the sacred dragon token, Han Tong's pupils constricted. His eyes filled with a look of astoundment. Although he did not recognize the sacred dragon token, the undulations coming off of the sacred dragon token was not any weaker than the spirit horn shattering mirror. No, wait, it should be that it was even stronger compared to the spirit horn shattering mirror. Similarly divine artifacts, the sacred dragon token was the dragon clan's paramount divine artifact. Its might was unimaginable. You actually have a divine artifact too. How is this possible? You have a quasi-divine artifact in possession, and actually still have a divine artifact. Han Tong broke down. This boy's fortuitous encounters were also too scary, right? These two items, casually taking out one, could shake the divine realm. But this brat actually drew to the moment. He made his move. However, Han Tong's shock was far from comparable to the Sun Moon heavenly pupil, because the Sun Moon heavenly pupil recognized the sacred dragon token. The sacred dragon token was the dragon clan's supreme treasure. Along with the dragon clan's clan leader's disappearance, there was already no more news. However, over 100,000 years had said the sacred dragon token actually saw the light of day once again. Who on earth is this boy? Sacred dragon token, soul-suppressing pearl. Any one of these is an item that can make the divine realm tremble. They are actually all in his hands. The Sun Moon heavenly pupil's astonishment could not be any greater. These two items, as long as one obtained an article, it was already sufficient to enjoy a lifetime. But this boy actually acquired two all at once. No, wait, Han Tong said earlier that this boy still had a quasi-divine artifact. The Sun Moon heavenly pupils suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. Hang on, it was he who was too crazy to actually find such a person to be a host. Wasn't this complaining that his lifespan was too long and he was tired of living? The current Sun Moon heavenly pupil, other than anguish, it was still anguish. One truly could not find an adjective to describe his current emotions. Finally managed to cultivate into a primordial spirit, and thought that he could come roaring into existence. In the end, he screwed himself to death before even stepping out of the door. Yi Yuan looked at Han Tong and said smilingly, You joker. Could it be that only you're allowed to have a divine artifact? Other people aren't allowed to have divine artifacts. Just a divine artifact. Is there a need to kick up a fuss over nothing? Just a divine artifact. You, boy, are truly too arrogant. Han Tong said with a somber face. Yi Yuan's words sounded arrogant, but actually he really had the capital to say so. Putting aside the soul-suppressing pearl, the vast heaven steel inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, was the truly formidable item. Although he did not know what grade of a treasure it was definitely more impressive than ordinary divine artifacts. Han Tong's gaze suddenly revealed a look of extreme greed and said, "Ha, brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Since you came to deliver a divine artifact to this seat will kindly accept it." Han Tong suddenly raised the spirit horn shattering mirror. A ray of dazzling light instantly shot out. A terrifying power made the entire main peak quake. Yi Yuan chuckled coldly and also injected divine essence into the sacred dragon token. Rumble! Two terrifying attacks abruptly collided, giving off a dazzling light. Waves of energy rippled out, directly leveling the main peak to flat ground. The entire main peak forcefully had a large chuck shaved away. Those martial artists who were still inside the illusionary realm were directly sent flying by the enormous blast wind. The weak ones were even directly blasted to death. Poor work! Yi Yuan was also sent flying immediately by this Ma's Civ impact force, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Han Tong was not much better either. He also did not think that the divine artifact in Yi Yuan's hands was actually so formidable, but his own strength was immense. Even though he was sent flying, his injuries were not as severe as Yi Yuan's. You actually have divine essence. Obtaining a divine artifact was one thing, whether or not one could activate a divine artifact was another thing. A divine artifact was unable to be deployed by essence energy. Even when mobilized, the power unleashed was also very limited. Only by using divine essence could one unleash the power of a divine artifact to the greatest degree. Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash such terrifying power. It showed that he definitely had divine essence. He was only able to deploy the divine artifact because he had the Hall Master's bestowal. Then Yi Yuan's divine essence, where did it come from? This boy was truly divulging mystery from head to toe. Chapter 969, Merging with Heaven and Earth. Chapter 969, Merging with Heaven and Earth. The level of difficulty of finding divine essence was not the slightest bit less than finding a divine artifact. Following the disappearance of divine Tao, divine essence, this sort of thing already became lesser and lesser in the divine realm. One could say it decreased with each use. Only inside the grotto left behind by deity realm powerhouses could one find divine essence, this sort of thing. These divine essences were all energy that deity realm powerhouses used to maintain the operation of the grotto. Along with the sing of time, divine essence would get lesser and lesser too. Furthermore, the grotto of deity realm powerhouses, the degree of danger went without saying. Even if divine king powerhouses entered, it was also 9 chances to die, and 1 chance to live. The strength of deity realm powerhouses was completely not what Tao Profound Realm could try to fathom. With Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm, there was no way to obtain divine essence at all. But Yi Yuan just had divine essence. With divine essence, the cultivation realm gap between him and Yi Yuan could basically be ignored. What they were contending right now was their respective divine artifact. Divine essence is it? I have plenty of this thing. Right now, are you scramming yourself, or are you letting me teach you a good lesson? Yi Yuan said with a snicker. Han Tong's face turned black, and he said, "Humph! Even if you have divine essence, how much can you have? I don't believe that your divine essence can sustain several divine artifact attacks." Want to use this sort of method to scare me away? Too childish. H. Plus, scare you away, is it? Open your dog, eyes wide, and watch. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Injecting divine essence into the sacred dragon token, once more, a terrifying attack was unleashed a second time. Han Tong's expression changed, and he could only meet the attack passively. Rumble! Another loud bang. The main peak had a large section shaved off by these two terrifying attacks once again. For some time, scattered rocks flew everywhere. Yi Yuan was blasted flying once more, but his fleshy body was incomparably powerful. Circulating the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, he deployed the Sacred Dragon token again and unleashed an attack. Only a fleshy body, like Yi Yuan's, could withstand such a heavy load. If it were others deploying a divine artifact so crazily, they would be crushed to death by the divine artifact's pressure first. Bang! 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 Again and again, Yi Yuan's divine essence seemed to be picked up for free, deploying the Sacred Dragon token crazily. Han Tong cried bitterness in his heart. At this point, how would he still doubt Yi Yuan? How could this guy have so much divine essence? Several powerful attacks. Han Tong also suffered considerable internal injuries. Even more Nabal was that competing in divine essence so crazily he already did not have much left, while Yi Yuan's divine essence seemed to be inexhaustible, could not be used finish at all. This way of usage made people too freaking jealous. One should not look at how Han Tong took out the spirit horn shattering mirror at the slightest provocation to scare people. The times where he truly utilized divine essence were not many. Divine essence, this sort of thing, even the Hall Master did not have much either. What was bestowed to him, naturally, would not be much either. But this Yi Yuan was just like a prodigal son squandering the family fortune, not taking divine essence seriously at all. Stop! Quickly stop! I concede. Taking advantage of the interval, Yi Yuan adjusted his breathing. Han Tong was finally defeated in battle and opened his mouth to admit defeat. However, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "You fight when you want and throw in the towel when you want to admit defeat. Who gave you this authority? When we stop is up to me." Again. Finished regulating his breathing, Yi Yuan deployed divine essence once more and smashed over towards Han Tong. The divine essence Feng Tian left behind was really quite a bit. This bout of indiscriminate bombing merely depleted 1/1000th of the divine essence. The current Yi Yuan was a living prodigal son, using the incomparably precious divine essence out of spite. Of course, Yi Yuan's true objective was naturally not acting out of spite, but he wanted to try if he could finish Han Tong off. Spending some divine essence and obtaining the spirit horn shattering mirror was still very worthwhile. Bang! 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 Several more clashes again. Yi Yuan did not give Han Tong any chances to catch his breath at all. Unleash! Plussing attacks desperately. Han Tong's face was deathly pale. This was caused by an excessive loss of blood. Class Plussing again and again. His body already almost could not endure it anymore. He really could not understand how Yi Yuan kept it up. At this time, the main peak, which originally towered into the clouds, actually had half of its height shaved away already. These two people's divine artifact battle was seriously too frightening. No way, can't carry on fighting. There's already not much divine essence left. Continuing to fight is seeking death. This punk is really too difficult to tangle with. Got to think of a way to get away. Han Tong thought to himself. Rumble! Yi Yuan's attack arrived again. Han Tong forcefully held back the impulse to vomit blood and injected divine essence into the spirit horn shattering mirror once more to deal with Yi Yuan. Han Tong was blasted out by the recoil force again. His vital energy and blood churned, feeling like his internal organs were almost churning out. But this time, Han Tong forcefully suppressed his internal organs' injuries. All of a sudden, a blood light shone resplendently. He was actually fleeing towards the distance with extremely swift speed. Han Tong's speed was inconceivably fast. He was actually much faster compared to ordinary middle-stage Dao Profound Realm experts. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he did not reveal a surprised look. He just smiled coldly and said, "Want to escape? That will also have to depend on whether or not you have this capability." While talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he was. Han Tong used a secret art. His movement technique surged, and he was currently running with his tail between his legs. All of a sudden, there was a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure actually already arrived in front of him, at who knows when. Han Tong was alarmed inwardly and forcefully twisted his body, escaping in another direction. Yi Yuan took a step out once more and vanished from where he was at. Han Tong was currently escaping when Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him again. This time, he finally knew that he could not escape anymore. You're actually able to merge with heaven and earth. How is this possible? You comprehended heaven-man unity? Han Tong suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he said. At this time, his eyes showed an expression of despair. If Yi Yuan comprehended heaven-man unity, then he had absolutely no chance of survival today. But how could this brat possibly comprehend the heaven-man unity realm? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "At least you have some knowledge." That's right, this young master just comprehended heaven-man unity not long ago. Are you sticking your neck out for the executioner's blade, or making a final struggle? Getting a definite answer. Han Tong's eyes revealed a look of despair. He gritted his teeth and suddenly deployed the spirit horn shattering mirror, rumbling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was long prepared. The sacred dragon token activated at virtually the same time. SMAs. Plussing over at Han Tong. Rumble. The two people were blasted flying once more. But Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. This time, without even adjusting his breathing, he deployed the sacred dragon token once again and smashed towards Han Tong. However, Han Tong's divine essence was already thoroughly expended cleanly during that time, just now. Arg! A tragic cry transmitted over. Han Tong directly turned to nothing under the bombardment of the sacred dragon token. Bang! The spirit horn shattering mirror fell from the sky and dropped onto the ground. But Yi Yuan did not care about it. His consciousness sunk into his sea of consciousness once more and said to the sun-moon, heavenly pupil coldly, "How is it? Thought it through yet? This is the last time I'm asking you." The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression changed. That great battle just now, he took it into his sights in its entirety and had a deeper understanding towards Yi Yuan's might. Chapter 970, Escaping Through the Void. Chapter 970, Escaping Through the Void. All right, I'll help them undo the secret illusion, heavenly realm. Although extremely unwilling, the current situation already did not allow the sun-moon heavenly pupil to carry on biting the bullet. Compared to 100,000 over years of cultivation being reduced to nothing, undoing the secret illusion, heavenly realm did not seem to be much. The sun-moon heavenly pupil also perceived that Yi Yuan seemed to have the intention of sparing his life. Looks like he wanted to obtain something from him. In the days to come, think of ways to dance around with Yi Yuan would do. Yi Yuan released Yumengli, Yulingyu, and the rest. The sun-moon heavenly pupil said, "I've already fused into becoming one with you." Casting the spell requires borrowing your pair of eyes. Yi Yuan nodded his head and handed control of his pair of eyes to the sun-moon heavenly pupil. This current sort of situation, the sun-moon heavenly pupil was already a simulating inside Yi Yuan's body. It was just that the authority to pilot was entirely Yi Yuan's. As long as Yi Yuan was not willing, the sun-moon heavenly pupil was not able to utilize his pair of eyes at all. Yi Yuan only felt his two eyes heat up. A strange power flowed out from within his two eyes. Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, and the rest suddenly startled awake. Big brother Yuan, I even thought that I'd never see you again. This illusionary art is so formidable. I clearly know that I got caught in an illusionary realm, but I wasn't able to break free. Even with Yu Mengli's composure, she was also filled with lingering fear after almost being caught in the illusionary realm forever. Yu Lingyu was similarly still badly shaken. She did not think that with her strength, she would also be caught inside the illusionary realm so easily. Yi Yuan lightly embraced Yu Mengli and consoled. All right, everything is over. With big brother Yuan around, it will be fine. Yu Mengli nodded her head, but hugged Yi Yuan even tighter. Yi Yuan, was it you who saved us? Yu Lingyu said, rather hesitantly. Although she already had an answer in her heart, she still felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Yuan only had phaseless realm strength, but was the only clear-headed one among them. This was too bizarre. Furthermore, Yu Lingyu discovered that Yi Yuan actually already broke through to middle stage phaseless realm at who knows when. These Divine King experts, were all neck-deep in trouble, but Yi Yuan obtained a lucky chance here, breaking through 2 minor realms consecutively. This was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan said smilingly, could it be that there are still other people here? Yu Lingyu drew a deep breath and asked again, the one who made us fall into the illusionary realm should be the sun-moon heavenly pupil, right? Now that we woke up, could it be? When asking this question, Yu Lingyu could not help having the jitters. The sun-moon heavenly pupil, which had not come into being for 100,000 years, could it have been obtained by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak and had an inscrutable look. Yu Lingyu could not help choking up, also aware that she was rather rash. This sort of thing, and, body would easily admit it. Yi Yuan did not say. Yu Lingyu could not very well press too hard either. Some things, when pointed out, would affect the situation as a whole instead. The Zhou and Yu two families viewed the vast sun-bright moon realm as their private property. Once they knew that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was obtained by Yi Yuan, it probably would not end well. At that time, it probably could not dispense with a B-L-O-O-D-Y storm, putting aside the Yu families and Yi Yuan's relations. H-I plus P, once they lost all decorum, the one who would be hurt the deepest would definitely be Yu Mengli. Even if the Yu family obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil in the end, a war between the Yu family and Zhou family was likely unavoidable as well. At that time, it would probably be hard for these 2 great rank 1 holy lands to maintain their present glory. In comparison, the sun-moon heavenly pupil being placed with Yi Yuan seemed to be a better option, at least with his relations. H-I plus P with Lier, he would definitely stand on the Yu family's side. In an instant, Yu Lingyu's mind flashed like lightning and thought of a great deal of things. She still decided to bury this secret at the bottom of her heart. Oh, right, where's that Han Tong? Yu Mengli suddenly said. Hearing this, Yu Lingyu could not help secretly sighing in her heart. Indeed, women leaned outward. Yu Mengli was deliberately changing the topic here. She was clearly leaning towards Yi Yuan. But the moment she thought of Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu was still greatly gratified in her heart. The innate battle soul physique, might not be inferior to the sun-moon heavenly pupil. If she could cultivate to major accomplishment, she would likewise be the divine realm's pinnacle-most expert. Seemed like this was the best conclusion. Han Tong is already dead. His spirit horn-shattering mirror is over there. I'll go to take, and then bring it over, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yu Lingyu was startled inwardly. Han Tong cracked her mountain and amp, river state painting, with one blow when he wielded the spirit horn-shattering mirror. But now he was actually dead. Who killed him? Could it be Yi Yuan? Seemed like apart from this, there were no other possibilities. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? Yu Lingyu discovered that she could not see through Yi Yuan more and more. This boy was too shrouded in mystery. Yi Yuan picked up the spirit horn-shattering mirror and started playing with it in his hands. Right at this time, a terrifying aura transmitted out from the spirit horn-shattering mirror. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flung the mirror out. At the same time, he took out the heavenly king bell without the slightest hesitation. Rumble! A terrifying energy slammed onto the heavenly king bell, directly blasting Yi Yuan out. Poork! Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, already sustaining very serious injuries. While the spirit horn-shattering mirror actually took advantage of this time and shattered the void, and escaped immediately, Yu Mengli was taken aback by this unexpected change, and hurriedly went forward to support Yu Mengli and said worriedly, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said weakly, "I didn't expect that there was actually still such a powerful restrictive force on this spirit horn-shattering mirror. Looks like its true owner's strength is unfathomable. I'm rather curious now just what kind of existence is this divine martial hall. Also, what is their objective? Since Lin Chao appeared within the divine martial hall, this faction, then the endless world's matters definitely could not get away from them. Now, they came to have designs on the sun-moon heavenly pupil again. Seems like they were planning some major moves. An hour later, Yi Yuan finished recuperating and finally recovered some essence energy. The few people were currently walking when they suddenly discovered some people. One Shuangzhou, Zhou Boping, Zhou Yen, and the rest were all scattered at the foot of the main peak. Falling down from the top of the main peak was nothing much to them, but the tremors of the divine artifact Great Battle previously made them suffer considerable injuries. It was just that currently they could not feel the pain on their bodies at all because they were still inside the illusionary realm. They actually haven't died yet. Their lives are really tenacious. Yi Yuan said speechlessly. He even thought that these few people were dead for sure. So he did not expect that their bodies actually still had an aura of living, where the aftershocks of a divine artifact battle could be sent to an, body could control it either. A single mishap, and it was the outcome of having one's body pounded to pieces and bones ground to powder. But these few people's lives were actually so tenacious. Yi Yuan, Zhou Boping had also put forth considerable effort this time. Could you save him? Yu Lingyu suddenly said. Yi Yuan did not reply right away, but looked at Yu Mengli and asked, "Lier, what's your opinion?" Chapter 971, Discussing Countermeasures. Chapter 971, Discussing Countermeasures. Lier will listen to Big Brother Yuan. Yu Mengli was a very clever girl. She threw the problem back to Yi Yuan, like practicing Tai Chi sup 1/sup. With Yi Yuan's intelligence, how could he not perceive Yu Mengli's unwillingness? The Zhou and Yu Tu families were like birds of a feather, and always had advanced and retreated together. Although Zhou Yan's actions in the past made Yu Mengli very unhappy, he was after all the Zhou family's successor. If he died inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, it would surely stir up a mighty uproar. let alone that there was even divine King Zhou Boping. Yi Yuan could not give a hoot, but the Yu family could not disregard the Zhou family's attitude. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Since that's the case, spare their lives then. However, this is also the last time. If Zhou Yan dares to provoke again, he'll have to suffer my wrath the next time. Even if Zhou Jia comes, it won't cut it either." The pitiful sun-moon heavenly pupil could only release Zhou Boping and Zhou Yan's illusionary magic under Yi Yuan's despotic might. But before that, Yi Yuan put Wan Shuangzhou away into the vast heaven pack. But Yi Yuan instructed the sun-moon heavenly pupil to preserve his life. Zhou Yan abruptly startled awake from inside the illusionary realm, appearing very ragged. When he saw Yi Yuan and the rest clearly, he heaved a sigh in relief. "Yu Lingyu, what's going on here?" Zhou Boping's face was very grim as he asked. He actually got caught in an illusionary realm unknowingly. The perils involved naturally need not be said. But now it was actually calm and peaceful already. He obviously had to inquire about just what happened. Yu Lingyu said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan, but Han Tong is already dead. So our mission is already considered completed. It's a shame that the spirit horn shattering mirror escaped through the void, and we lost the opportunity to seize a divine artifact." Zhou Boping was alarmed in his heart, but noticed the main peak that was already shaved away by half, and was even more astonished. To be able to shave away half of this enormous main peak. How horrifying did the battle previously have to be? Even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to accomplish it too. Humph! The spirit horn shattering mirror escaped through the void. It wouldn't have been hidden away by some people, right? Zhou Yan suddenly said with a cold snort. The moment these words were uttered, Yu Lingyu's and Zhou Boping's faces changed. Slap! A crisp slap sounded out. This slap was actually struck by Zhou Boping. Talk any more nonsense, and you'll go back and face a wall to reflect for 20 years. Also, the Bright Moon Compat. 1. Tie-in is already over. In the future, you're not allowed to pester Lear anymore. This matter, I'll tell your father. I believe he won't refute me either. Zhou Boping said coldly. Zhou Yan receiving a slap, his cheek already swelled up. Zhou Boping was his great-uncle. He did not dare to be insolent, but his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with hatred. Yi Yuan had a calm look like he did not see it. As long as he did not come and court death, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. Zhou Boping's face fell slightly, his gaze also staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Yu Lingyu's words earlier. Zhou Yan did not perceive it, but he already discerned it clearly. Yu Lingyu was warning him to not provoke Yi Yuan anymore. This situation currently was greatly related to Yi Yuan, which was also to say that Yi Yuan could not be provoked. The prowess of the illusionary realm. Zhou Boping had experienced it profoundly. The reason why they were able to wake up was likely related to Yi Yuan too. Zhou Yan capitalized on that he was a genius and looked down on Yi Yuan. But the current Yi Yuan could pinch Zhou Yan to death with one hand. At least inside this vast sun-bright moon realm, they could not make a move. Zhou Boping's and Zhou Yan's wounds were both very severe, while Yu Lingyu was perfectly unscathed. If they really made a move, the outcome could be imagined. After exiting the mystic realm, he would naturally inform Zhou Jia about this incident. What decision to make would probably need the Divine King Elders to come out and discuss together. Returning to the Yu family, Yi Yuan immediately chose to enter close seclusion. But the Yu family's 7 Divine King Elders, plus the current family head, Yu Jianxiu, carried out a meeting that very night. These Divine King Elders all lived secluded lives and had little contact with the world, and had already not appeared in public for a very long time. But the impact of the vast sun bright moon realms incident this time to the Yu family was too great. Yu Jianxiu had no choice but to invite them out. Yu Lingyu gave a detailed account of the vast sun bright moon realm trip this time to everyone. But the matters of Yellow Millet Mountain she did not speak in detail. Not that she did not want to say, but she also did not know herself. Starting from when she got caught in the illusionary realm to waking up in the end, what happened in this period of time? Only Yi Yuan alone knew. Of course, she also had the intention of helping Yi Yuan conceal it. Many details, she did not say it out. Originally, she was planning on helping Yi Yuan conceal this incident. But since Yi Yuan agreed to save Zhou Boping pair, this matter could not be hidden at all. Although Zhou Boping did not know what happened, he definitely faintly had some surmises regarding Yi Yuan. Even though these guesses did not have any basis, this sort of thing, the Zhou family would probably rather kill 1,000 innocent than to let one off as well. Various elders, all state your views then. Towards Yi Yuan, what kind of attitude should our Yu family have? Yu Jianxiu said, solemnly. Truthfully speaking, he himself also could not get a handle on it right now. This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. He could not figure out Yi Yuan's background at all. If Yi Yuan really acquired the sun-moon heavenly pupil, he would definitely be extremely unwilling. What kind of attitude can there be? This boy very likely obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Hand it over, and he's still our Yu family's son-in-law. Don't hand it over, then he's our Yu family's enemy. An elder who was more hot-tempered said. Another elder said, this is likely inappropriate. Right? Right now, everything is just conjecture. The sun-moon heavenly pupil hasn't appeared in 100,000 years. To be able to break free of the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan might have other means. If he didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, then wouldn't we be maligning a good man by doing so? Maligning a good man. If he didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, how did Han Tong die? With just the likes of him, a phaseless realm, he can kill an emperor realm powerhouse who wields a divine artifact. The group of elders chimed in here and there, but each stuck to their own version. But the majority of the people still leaned towards finding trouble with Yi Yuan. After all, the allure of the sun-moon heavenly pupil was seriously too great. Yu Jianxiu suddenly said, Elder Lingyu, you had the most contact with Yi Yuan this trip. In your view, how great is the likelihood of Yi Yuan obtaining the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Yu Lingyu shook his head and said, honestly speaking, I feel that it's virtually impossible. And how do you mean? Yu Jianxiu said curiously. Yu Lingyu slowly said, Yellow Millet Mountain's illusionary realm can make divine king experts fall for it unknowingly. How powerful it is can be imagined. Yi Yuan is only phaseless realm. What right does he have to subdue the sun-moon heavenly pupil? In my view, he definitely broke free of the illusionary realm with other means. As for that Han Tong, he was very likely killed by the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Under the circumstances where there's no evidence at all, making Yi Yuan hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil is a bit too compelling. Furthermore, truthfully speaking, having witnessed Liur's innate battle soul physique, this elderly self already doesn't have much interest in the sun-moon heavenly pupil anymore. Chapter 972, Swords Drawn and Bows Stretched. Chapter 972, Swords Drawn and Bows Stretched inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Wan Shuangzhou suddenly startled awake, sweating profusely all over. This dream was too long. When he saw Yi Yuan, his pupils constricted, and he suddenly attacked, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. A terrifying aura came from within the void, instantly extinguished. Plussing Yuan Shuangzhou's attack. An enormous rock suspended in the air, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above. Under the pressure of the Ma's Civ rock, Yuan Shuangzhou felt that the bones in his entire body were almost splintering. Submit or die. Yi Yuan's voice was very calm, but Yuan Shuangzhou did not doubt in the slightest that as long as he even dared to mutter a word of dissent, that huge rock would fall. SMAs. Plussing him into minced meat. I am willing to submit. Yuan Shuangzhou gritted his teeth and said, the huge rock immediately concealed from view, as if it had never appeared before at all. Yuan Shuangzhou placed his hands on the ground, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily for air, his entire body like he was dragged out of the water. That Civ rock earlier was seriously too terrifying. Not reconciled to it. This life of yours was already picked up. If it wasn't for me, you'd have long already fallen into the illusionary realm at the vast sun-bright moon realm forever. Yi Yuan said calmly. Yuan Shuangzhou was startled. Only now did his brain wrap itself around it. When he woke up from the illusionary realm, just now, the moment he saw Yi Yuan, he instinctively wanted to make a move to restrain him. But he did not know that he had already come out of the vast sun-bright moon realm long ago, and that he was taken into the vast heaven pack. By Yi Yuan. In here, Yi Yuan was the true sovereign. Even if he was a divine king expert, he had no choice but to lower his head too. Yuan Shuangzhou was also very smart. He sorted out his thoughts very quickly, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked toward Yi Yuan in disbelief. You obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil, and no, this is absolutely impossible. The sun-moon heavenly pupil already hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. Yuan Shuangzhou himself even somewhat doubted this conjecture. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, obtained it, huh? Considered, so I guess. Although this fellow isn't too well behaved at the moment, he is indeed under my control. Getting a definite answer, Yuan Shuangzhou sucked in a cold breath. The sun-moon heavenly pupil really came into being, but he suddenly discovered something. That huge rock earlier seemed to be much more terrifying than the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That aura was simply able to decimate heaven and earth, which was also to say that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was merely adding flowers to embroidery to Yi Yuan. Just how many priceless treasures are on this young man in front of him? This life of yours is also considered saved by me. I'm a very fair person. Serve me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll return your freedom. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yuan Shuangzhou froze, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only wanted 1,000 years of his time. Don't use that sort of eyes to look at me. Whether you have the qualifications to serve me after 1,000 years is still another matter altogether. Yuan Shuangzhou fell silent. These words coming out of the mouth of a phaseless realm martial artist was too arrogant, but he knew that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to say these words. 1,000 years later, just what kind of boundary Yi Yuan could reach, even he did not dare to imagine either. After a long time, Yuan Shuangzhou sucked in a deep breath and opened his mouth to say, "Fine, I accept." In the Yu family's training room, several divine king elders were shockingly present. Inside the defensive array formation, two figures were currently in the midst of a fierce battle. The waves of terrifying energy emitted impacted the grand array. The few divine king elders looked at that beautiful figure inside the grand array, their eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The one fighting with Yu Mingli was a Yu family's third-level Dao profound martial artist. But currently, This third-level Dao profound expert did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yu Mungli's Battle Soul's attacks, and he was actually being overpowered. This is the innate Battle Soul physique. This is also a little too powerful, right? Lear is just 9th level phaseless. If we wait until she reaches Divine King realm, wouldn't she sweep across opponents in the same realm? Misfortune may be an actual blessing. Even if the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil was obtained by that boy, with Lear around, our Yu family need not worry within these 10,000 years. After these Divine King Elders witnessed the terror of the innate Battle Soul physique, they finally changed their views. Dao Profound Realm. One level, one world. The disparity between each minor realm was even greater than the disparity compared to Phaseless Realm, an entire major cultivation realm. Without heaven-defying means, it was virtually impossible to leap realms and battle. But Yu Mengli directly crossed 3 minor realms to utterly suppress her opponent. This spirit physique was also a bit too terrifying. Yu Jianxiu suddenly said, "Did elders think about it? Yi Yuan already killed that Lin Chao without borrowing any external power. To talk about terrifying, that boy's potential is the most fearsome." The moment these words came out, everyone was startled. That sword of Yi Yuan's, if not for Han Tong blocking it, it would definitely be able to kill Lin Chao. But what Yi Yuan relied on was entirely concept comprehension, fusing supreme, true intents. That was something that only Divine King realms would mull over. Yi Yuan was just 1st level phaseless realm at that time, and actually already comprehended it. With 1st level phaseless boundary, he crossed a major cultivation realm to cut down his opponent. Such strength, thinking about it made people feel frightened. This was not some divine traversing realm, heaven enlightenment realm, but phaseless realm cutting down Dao profound realm. This boy's 10-year agreement with Lear, he went from a lower realm's unknown junior and walked until today, and he still completed the agreement. I think he should be genuine towards Lear. Yi Yuan, this boy, once he steps into Divine King realm in the future, his strength would likely be unimaginable. Lear and his union, I think. Yu Jianxiu did not carry on talking, but he believed that the various Divine King Elders already got his meaning. Each and every one of them fell silent. Clearly, they were evaluating the Yu family's gains and losses. But how are we going to give an account to the Zhou family's side? Even though it's just a conjecture, the Zhou family's side probably won't take things lying down, right? A Divine King Elder said. His voice had yet to fade when several terrifying auras enveloped the sky of Bright Moon City. "Brother Yu, Zhou Jia came to visit. Please come out and meet." Zhou Jia's voice echoed out above the sky of Bright Moon City. Yu Jianxiu's expression darkened, and he said, unhappily, "This Zhou Jia actually didn't even give a warning in advance, and he is shouting and wrangling in Bright Moon City." Yu Jianxiu brought the group of elders and flew up. Zhou Jia brought along several Divine King experts, but appeared in the skies of Bright Moon City. "Zhou Jia, what's the meaning of this?" Yu Jianxiu said in a solemn voice. Zhou Jia said, "Brother, you don't take offense. We're here only because we want to find little friend Yi Yuan to ask about some things. The matter is of utmost importance and in somewhat of a hurry." Yu Jianxiu's expression turned dark as he said, "In a hurry? Your lineup is clearly to force. Are you really bullying that my Yu family doesn't have people? Yi Yuan is my Yu family's son-in-law. You guys mobilizing forces like this, are you going to interrogate my Yu family's son-in-law?" Zhou Jia just said indifferently, "The matter concerns the sun-moon heavenly pupil. I believe Brother Yu is able to understand." Yu Jianxiu gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As for meeting Yi Yuan, I think it's better to forget about it. Please return. Chapter 973, Divine King's Astonishment. Chapter 973, Divine King's Astonishment. Yu Jianxiu, the Zhou and Yu, two families, have always been birds of a feather. Do you really want to ruin our two families' 10,000 years of relations? H, I plus P for an outsider? Zhou Jia said solemnly. It was true that the two families were birds of a feather, but they were also not in perfect harmony. The compet, one tie-in between two great family clans, naturally could not be dispensed with. For 10,000 years, the two families coming to blows was also not rare. But Yu Jianxiu smiled coldly when he heard and said, Yi Yuan is not only my Yu family's son-in-law, he's even Lier's savior. Handing him over to you, wouldn't this you be ridiculed by everyone in the world? Furthermore, you came to capture people in all seriousness. When did you attach importance to our two families' relations? H, I plus P? Yu Jianxiu, looks like you're really going to fall out with the Zhou family today. With that attitude of yours, so what if we fall out? Could it be that my Yu family is scared of your Zhou family? Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats. Over 10 divine king powerhouses stood in the air. It was seriously too shocking. Each and every one of the martial artists below did not even dare to breathe heavily. And, Body would have thought that the Zhou and Yu two families would actually get into such a mess for a junior. This battle was bound to be the outcome of mutual devastation. Oh, pretty lively. My goodness gracious, so many divine king experts. This Yi has truly broadened his horizons. Right then, an extremely discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan actually tore through the air and came, arriving in the center of a bunch of divine king experts. Bright Moon City's martial artists all involuntarily opened their eyes wide. This Yi Yuan was also too reckless, right? Up in the sky were all divine king powerhouses. The Zhou family's people were currently glaring at him like ravening tigers. This guy actually ran in the middle like Body's business to tease a group of divine kings. When Yi Yuan appeared, Yu Jianxiu's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, What did you come here for? Nothing to do with you here. Go back. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Aren't they looking for me? How can it be nothing to do with me? Lord Father-in-law's protectiveness. This son-in-law has understood. But the Zhou and Yu two families falling out because of this Yi is not what I wish to see. Yu Jianxiu's heart could not help plummeting. Why did this brat's words have a hint of sacrificing oneself for justice? Stop messing around. It isn't your turn to meddle in the Zhou and Yu two families' affairs. Quickly go back for me. Yu Jianxiu said with a somber look. But Yi Yuan ignored Yu Jianxiu and said to Zhou Jia, Just spit out what you have to say. This young master's time is very valuable. Zhou Jia's face turned black, but he could not be bothered to argue with Yi Yuan. He asked in a solemn voice, The sun-moon heavenly pupil should be in your possession, right? Hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil, and this seat will give you a way out. Sun-moon heavenly pupil? You're thinking too much. That thing has already not come into being for over 100,000 years. How could it be acquired by me? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look, If you didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, how did you, a measly little phaseless realm, dispel the illusionary magic? Zhou Jia said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan looked at Zhou Jia with a smile that was not a smile and opened his mouth to say, Can I understand it like this? This Yi saved a divine king expert and the next patriarch successor of your Zhou family. But you guys are forcefully imposing a groundless crime on my head now. Turns out that your Zhou family are all a bunch of shameless people who repay kindness with ingratitude. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Although the strong reigned supreme among martial artists, repaying kindness with animosity, this sort of thing was still beneath contempt. Yi Yuan's words forced the Zhou family into a corner all at once. Zhou Jia snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, don't use fine rhetoric. Everyone knows that the sun-moon heavenly pupil belongs to the vast sun and bright moon, two cities. What capabilities do you, an outsider, have to occupy it?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Outsider? Ha ha, with that attitude of yours. Even if I really have the sun-moon heavenly pupil, why should I give you? My lord father-in-law is still here. You all, these shameless people, came to S&ATCH things. Do you really think that you're impressive? Ha, you finally admitted it. Brat, the sun-moon heavenly pupil is a misfortune and not a blessing to you. Better hand it over." A Zhou family's divine king elder said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said, "Do you have a pig's brain? I'm really skeptical with your intellect. How did you cultivate to the divine king realm?" That Zhou family's divine king was a hot-tempered one at a glance. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, he immediately became greatly enraged. "Stinking brat, I'll tear that mouth of yours." That divine king actually directly grabbed towards Yi Yuan in front of Yu Jianxiu. "What a fine Zhou Bolong, you really dare to make a move." Yu Lingyu directly matched up against Zhou Bolong without another word. At a word of disagreement, both parties actually really exchanged blows. The great battle of divine kings, the commotion was incomparably shocking. Even when separated by a faraway distance, the martial artists below were incredibly shocked too. "Elder Buffing, you're responsible for taking Yi Yuan down. The others attack." Zhou Jia made a prompt decision and immediately instructed. In terms of strength, the Zhou family was indeed that tiny bit stronger than the Yu family, because the Zhou family's divine king experts were more than the Yu family's. Today, Zhou Bopping did not come. Presumably, it was because he did not have the face to meet Yi Yuan. But even so, the Zhou family still had one more divine king powerhouse compared to the Yu family. Yu Jianxiu's face turned cold and secretly cussed. Yi Yuan, this boy, was really insensible. If he hid inside the city, the Zhou family would not be able to do anything to the Yu family at all. But now, Yi Yuan was mixed up together with them. He could not run even if he wanted to. Yu Jianxiu was just about to go and protect Yi Yuan when Zhou Jia already rushed over at full speed. "Your opponent is me, Yi Yuan's side. You don't need to worry about it," Zhou Jia said with a loud laugh. In his view, Yi Yuan was simply a fool to actually deliver himself to the doorstep. It saved him some trouble, though. The Zhou family and Yu family were both very familiar with each other and knew that the other party's trump card was far from this. Therefore, him suddenly sending out divine kings today was in order to catch Yu Jianxiu by surprise. He did not think that it really worked out. As long as they brought Yi Yuan back, he naturally had the means to investigate whether Yi Yuan obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil or not. If he really did not, at most send him back later, then apologize to the Yu family. This matter would also be considered settled. As for the two families' rift, compared to the sun-moon heavenly pupil, it was seriously insignificant. Zhou Buofeng, being unoccupied at this time, was not long-winded either. He directly waved his hand and was just about to capture Yi Yuan. This move looked casual, but actually, Zhou Buofeng did not hold back. A divine king expert's utilization of essence energy already reached a transcendent realm. This wave of a hand already used essence energy to lock down the SPC around Yi Yuan firmly. Even if he grew wings, he would not be able to escape too. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from sight and actually slipped away from his hands. Seeing this scene, Zhou Buofeng's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Merging with heaven and earth, heaven-man unity." The unexpected change that happened here landed in everyone's eyes. The Divine King experts, who were currently fighting, actually all ceased. Even Yu Lingyu's pupils constricted too, looking at this scene in disbelief. She did not see how Yi Yuan killed Han Tong. This heaven-man unity, it was still Yi Yuan's first time displaying it in front of the public. AC vibrated. Yi Yuan's figure already appeared 10,000 feet away. He looked at the group of divine kings and said with a faint smile, "All looking at me for what? Well, don't stop, carry on fighting." Chapter 974, Demon Race Messenger. Chapter 974, Demon Race Messenger, Heaven-Man Unity. It's actually Heaven-Man Unity. Those able to reach Heaven-Man Unity in the heart realm, in the divine realm, can be counted on one hand. This boy actually comprehended Heaven-Man Unity. Heaven-Man Unity, resonating with the great Tao, one can merge with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is merely 20 over years of age. How on earth did he cultivate? No wonder he can undo the sun-moon heavenly pupil's illusionary art. Turns out that he actually comprehended Heaven-Man Unity. The group of divine kings looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, not daring to believe the scene that they saw earlier. Heaven-Man Unity, how many years has it not appeared in the divine realm? Today, it actually appeared on an over 20-year-old young man's body. This was too inconceivable. Heart realm, this sort of thing, was even harder to train compared to concept. Although concepts were hard, as long as one was willing to spend time, they could more or less still comprehend a little. The majority of divine king experts had their own supreme true intent, but the heart realm cultivation of divine kings, very few people were able to break through to heart like monolith, let alone talk about Heaven-Man Unity. Heart realm, this sort of thing was too fleeting and ephemeral, unable to grasp at all. The divine realm had a myriad of cultivation methods, and it was also unheard of that anyone had a method to cultivate the heart realm. Zhou Jiao, what do you have to say now? I wonder if Heaven-Man Unity Heart Realm can break apart the illusionary realm. Yu Jinxiu said with a cold smile. Zhou Jia's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually able to comprehend Heaven-Man Unity. This time, they really made a big fool of themselves. People knew that Heaven-Man Unity was formidable, but just how incredible, extremely few people were aware. Even Zhou Jiao also did not know that Yi Yuan's Heaven-Man Unity was completely unable to help others break free of the illusionary realm. But without a doubt, the higher the heart realm, the greater the immunity towards illusionary realms too. Heaven-Man Unity, this sort of realm, barely anyone in the divine realm had attained it before. Therefore, the way people saw it, Heaven-Man Unity should be extremely incredible. Helping others break free of the illusionary realm should not be an issue. Zhou Jia sucked in a deep breath and knew that today could not carry on anymore, and could not help saying in a low voice, "Fine then. This matter is my Zhou family's fault. Brother Yu, the Zhou family will definitely give some compensation later. Let's go." Done talking, Zhou Jiao brought along the group of divine kings and left like a gust of wind. Today, the Zhou family could be said to have had an utter loss of face at Bright Moon City. With this incident today, the Zhou and Yu two families' honeymoon period was likely over already. From here on, how these two mighty rank one holy lands were going to get along was something worth pondering. Yu family, a group of divine kings, had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Fusing supreme true intents, Heaven-Man Unity, Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were simply too terrifying. Oh, Yi Yuan, you comprehended Heaven-Man Unity. Why did you say earlier? Yu Jianxiu said with a wry smile. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You didn't ask me either. Speaking of which, weren't you guys all concerned about the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Didn't you all get behind closed doors to discuss the moment I returned? Actually, inside the mystic realm, I fell for the illusionary art too. If not for comprehending heaven-man unity, I myself would also be doomed." Everyone could not help exchanging glances when they heard that. Looks like the Yu family's movements still could not hide from this shrewd brat. In that case, you really didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Yu Jianxiu said. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Just what kind of form the sun-moon heavenly pupil is, you yourselves don't even know. So how would I know? It's an existence that has once accompanied deity realm powerhouses before. Do you all really think that the sun-moon heavenly pupil is so easy to obtain? Just breaking free of that illusionary magic. I was already at death's door. How would I still have the strength to go and subdue the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Everyone exchanged glances once more. Thinking carefully, Yi Yuan's words were really reasonable. For 100,000 years, and, Body had seen the sun-moon heavenly pupil before at all, let alone talk about subduing it. You, boy, when telling lies, your face doesn't change, and your heart doesn't beat faster, making it until even I myself almost believe it. But at least you have some knowledge, and know that this seat isn't to be trifled with. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Yi Yuan made the sun-moon heavenly pupil restrain itself, causing his eyes to look no different from ordinary people. Hence, for others to want to see through anything from his two eyes. That was impossible. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "So, what even if you are not to be trifled with? Aren't you still suppressed by me, obediently? Put away that pride of yours, and best be well behaved, for me. Otherwise, what the consequences will be, you are aware of it yourself too." But the sun-moon heavenly pupil said, lazily, "If you wanted to kill me, you'd have made a move long ago. Why is there a need to wait until now? You came from the ancient era, and most likely know quite a bit of secret. Killing you is a bit of a pity. However, this young master isn't as easygoing as you imagine. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try." Yi Yuan still had an indifferent tone, but the killing intent exuding in those words made the sun-moon heavenly pupil S-H-I-plus-ver without being cold. His pupils constricted, but he did not dare to make a sound anymore. These few days, he had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Yi Yuan was definitely someone decisive in going for the kill. Those words earlier were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If he really had any devious thoughts, Yi Yuan would cut him down without the slightest hesitation. Actually, I've already given you a chance. If you're still impervious to reason, then don't blame me for not being courteous. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was currently in a daze, but Yi Yuan's words made him shudder with fear. This boy is too astute. Can't hide anything from him. The sun-moon heavenly pupil hated Yi Yuan in his heart. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, the sun-moon heavenly pupil knew what he was referring to. Actually, on that day, his reconstruction of Yi Yuan's eyes was not thorough at all and had a huge latent danger. If Yi Yuan kept using his ocular powers, as Time Pa S said, it would cause a tremendous burden on the eyes. At that time, the sun-moon heavenly pupil's opportunity to get out would have arrived. He originally thought that this matter was done seamlessly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually aware of it already. How could he know that Yi Yuan was not only a martial path expert, but also his alchemy path strength was even more unfathomable? The matters of the eyes. He could hide from other people, but could not hide from Yi Yuan. Looks like it was us who had the yardstick of a petty man. Yi Yuan, You just have to stay in the Yu family. With me, you Jianxiu around, the Zhou family won't dare to do anything to you. Yu Jianxiu said. Right at this time, someone suddenly came to report. Family head, there's a person outside who mentioned Yi Yuan by name and wants to meet him. He says that he's a member of the demon race. Demon race? Yu Jianxiu could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan actually had connections to the demon race too, but Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard and hurriedly made people bring him in. But seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan was disappointed. Yi Yuan thought that it was White Light who came to find him. But this middle-aged man before his eyes, he did not recognize him. That middle-aged man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his eyes likewise revealing a look of disappointment. Who is your esteemed self? What did you come looking for me for? Yi Yuan inquired. That burly fellow gave birth to disdain in his heart, and his eye towards Yi Yuan also appeared slightly haughty as he said coolly, "This one is by Pa." It was young patriarch White Light who made me come and look for Mr. Yi. Chapter 975, White Light's Predicament. Chapter 975, White Light's Predicament. And you're really sent by White Light? Yi Yuan said joyfully. Yi Yuan already did not have White Light's news for a very long time. If not for coming to save Yu Mengli, he would definitely have gone to find White Light straight away. Now that Yu Mengli was already saved, and he even obtained the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was just planning on heading to the demon region to find White Light. He did not expect that White Light actually beat him to it and sent someone to come and find him. Baipa said, "Young Patriarch made me tell young Master Yi, do you still remember that little white tiger in the endless forest back then?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed, and said, "It's really White Light. You called him Young Patriarch. How is White Light doing now?" Back then, when White Light suddenly left, Yi Yuan was very unwilling to part too. The two of them started from the endless forest, and had always depended on each other for survival, and had never separated before. Who knew that White Light's departure would be several years? But no idea why, White Light seemed to have become the White Tiger clan's young patriarch. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Yi Yuan had some understanding of the White Tiger clan, and knew that the White Tiger clan had many branches. But there were 3 clans that were the strongest branches: Crimson Flame White Tiger, Suppression Martial White Tiger, as well as the Flowing Light White Tiger. These 3 clans each had their forte. The Crimson Flame White Tiger was the most adept at controlling the power of flames. Suppression Martial White Tiger had Herculean strength, while the Flowing Light White Tiger had speed as their forte. If White Light became the Tiger clan's young patriarch, it was very likely the Flowing Light White Tiger's young patriarch. Of course, there was still another type of possibility. That was White Light became the White Tiger clan's collectively venerated young patriarch. But Yi Yuan felt that a few short years of time, White Light probably could not accomplish to this extent. Yi Yuan was currently rejoicing by himself when he suddenly discovered that Baipo's expression was not quite right, and his heart involuntarily sunk. Did White Light encounter any trouble? Yi Yuan asked. Baipa nodded his head and said, "Actually, 2 months later, my White Tiger clan is going to choose its next young patriarch. Young Patriarch White Light is one of the candidates for young patriarch. My Flowing Light White Tiger has been declining for many years. Originally, there was no hope, but young Patriarch White Light's appearance let us see hope anew, but didn't expect that they all racked up his past and attacked him with White Light's bloodline being impure as the excuse, right?" Yi Yuan followed up. Baipu was stunned and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. How did you know?" The demon region was comparatively independent. Its news was also relatively out of touch to the divine realm. There was no reason for Yi Yuan to have heard of the White Tiger clan's but this Yi Yuan actually blurted out the difficult circumstances that young patriarch White Light encountered. Could it be that he was a seer? Yi Yuan did not answer, but asked instead, with White Light's cultivation realm, he probably already broke through to Tier 9, right? Baipa nodded and said, young patriarch White Light is a rare cultivation talent. At half a year ago, he already broke through to Tier 9. Currently, his strength is already not the slightest bit inferior to the other two clans' young patriarchs. Mentioning White Light, Baipu was very proud too. The flowing light White Tiger clan had been on a declining trend for many years. White Light's appearance brought them glory. Yi Yuan said, then that's right. Do you know how many years White Light used to cultivate from Tier 9 to Tier 9? Baipa shook his head blankly. White Light would never talk to them about past matters, so they also did not know what White Light experienced prior to returning to the White Tiger clan. If not for White Light making him come and find Yi Yuan this time, he would not even know that White Light actually still had a friend among the humans. 100 years... Baipa said weakly. 100 years was not that Baipa felt that it was too long, but felt that it was too short. Although the White Tiger clan had divine beast bloodline, they also required several thousand years before they were able to cultivate to Tier 9. Even geniuses needed at least several hundred years of time too. The other two clans' young patriarchs cultivated for around 500 years and were already considered very impressive. Baopa discerned the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. White Light's cultivation speed should be very fast. Therefore, he boldly made a guess. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you're looking down on White Light too much. The first time I met him, he was merely just Tier 1. That was merely something that happened more than a dozen years ago. The moment Baipa heard, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He knew that young patriarch White Light's talent was extremely strong, but he also did not think that he actually only used just over a dozen years to cultivate from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Such talent was truly too heaven-defying. Of course, if he knew that this freak in front of him also merely just used 10 years of time, and his strength was already comparable to Tao profound realm powerhouses, it was uncertain what he would feel. Furthermore, the reason why White Light cultivated so quickly was all thanks to Yi Yuan. If there wasn't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, White Light would likely need at least 100 years of time to be able to cultivate to his present realm. Therefore, White Light's White Tiger bloodline will only be above the other two clans. This is probably also the reason why they joined hands to deal with White Light. And the only problem with White Light is that his bloodline is impure. Yi Yuan said coolly. Baipo's eyes became wide saucers, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He somewhat understood now the reason why young patriarch White Light wanted to find this young man. He only just spoke a few sentences from the start until now, but Yi Yuan already guessed the Tiger clan's inner struggle close to the mark by relying on these few sentences. Such thinking, just thinking about it, made people feel afraid. You tell me about the White Tiger clan's present situation first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Currently, Baipu was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Hearing Yi Yuan's instruction, he immediately did not hesitate either, hastily recounting the White Tiger clan's present circumstances. The White Tiger clan's current patriarch was from the Crimson Flame White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan's elders' association was also the Crimson Flame White Tiger clan and the Suppression Martial White Tiger clan being in the majority. Although the Flowing Light White Tiger was one of the three great branches in name, they had actually gradually declined already and showed trends of being replaced by other branches. The demon race valued bloodline the most, especially the White Tiger clan, this sort of clan with extremely high divine beast bloodline purity, they were even more particular about this area. Yi Yuan had long discovered that white light was somewhat different from the ordinary White Tiger clan, but did not think that this aspect actually became the obstacle to white light becoming young patriarch. Now, the elders' association raised suspicions about white light's ident. One, Tai. Although the flowing light White Tiger clan was extremely against this, nothing could be done, especially their power in the clan leaning to the weaker side. Right now, the pressure they experienced was tremendous too. If it carried on developing like this, forget about contending for the position of young patriarch. Likely whether or not he could stay in the White Tiger clan in the end was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not express anything. He just said to Bai Pa, "You go back and rest first. Tomorrow morning, I'll follow you and head to the White Tiger clan." Bai Pa could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard that. Although Yi Yuan's strength was a little weak, this resourcefulness might really be able to turn back the raging tides. Sending away Bai Pa, Yi Yuan went to find Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli and White Light had lived together for a long time. Their feelings were not shallow either. Furthermore, White Light was Yi Yuan's brother. She naturally would not stop Yi Yuan on this matter. She did not have the slightest hesitation as well, and wanted to leave together with Yi Yuan immediately. Chapter 976, Chapter 976, Slapping the Demon region was situated in the northeastern direction of the Divine Realm. The land it occupied was extremely vast. As one of the 4 great divine beasts races, the White Tiger clan had extremely formidable strength. The territory they occupied was as vast as over 10 major human regions. Half a month later, Yi Yuan Bai Pa and Yu Mengli, the 3 people finally arrived at the White Tiger clan's totem territory after Pa's sing through many areas. The totem territory was a sacred ground that the White Tiger clan collectively venerated. It was the entire White Tiger clan's land of inheritance. Its status was exceptionally special. The White Tiger clan, this sort of divine beast race, the branches were a lot. Normally, they were all scattered all over the land. Only when some major matters involving the White Tiger clan happened would they gather at the totem territory. At present, it was currently the crucial period of electing the young patriarch. Therefore, large groups of White Tiger clan branches gathered inside the totem territory. Halt! Miscellaneous people are not to enter the totem territory. Otherwise, kill without mercy. 2 brawny men with stocky and imposing builds blocked the 3 people's path with fierce looks. Bai Po's expression turned cold, and he said, "Rong Lin, Rong Sun, what go you guys have? When did I, Bai Po, become a miscellaneous person?" That Rong Sen's face revealed a look of contempt, and said, "Lord Bai P, you're naturally not a miscellaneous person. But these 2, pardon me for not remembering if I've seen you before. If I didn't see wrongly, they should be humans, right?" Verbally calling Lord Bai Pa, but his words did not have the slightest hint of respect. Very clearly, the 2 of them did not attach importance to Bai Pa at all. Yi Yuan understood in his heart these 2 burly men definitely originated from the Crimson Flame, White Tiger, or Suppression, Martial White Tiger lineage. This was intentionally making things difficult. Bai Po's face was very grim as he forcefully held back his fury, and said, "These 2 are distinguished guests that young patriarch White Light invited over. They are sworn friends for life and death with young patriarch White Light. How did they become miscellaneous people?" But Rong Sen's atti, too, did not change in the least bit. Instead, he said with a jeer, "Young patriarch White Light's friends? Ha! Young patriarch White Light's friends are actually humans. Doesn't Lord Bai Pa not know that the humans have a saying that went, 'Those who are not of my race are surely not of one heart and mind'? Apologies. If Lord Baipu wants to enter, please go ahead, but these two people cannot enter. This Rong Sen's ATT, Tude was very haughty, and did not show Baipu any respect at all. This actually carried the thick intent of shaming. You guys. Baipu was angered until he was livid with rage. Slap, slap. Rong Sun and Rong Ling were currently being pleased with themselves when all of a sudden they saw stars in front of their eyes. Each person's face actually had an added slap mark. Yi Yuan's slap used plenty of strength, flinging them until they spun around quite a few times on the spot before barely managing to stabilize firmly. This place is the White Tiger clan's totem territory. You actually dare to raise your hand and hit people. Rong Sun glared at Yi Yuan and said, Baipu was stunned too. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so tyrannical, raising his hand to throw a slap at a word of disagreement. However, these two slaps indeed vented one's anger. The flowing light White Tiger clan was weak. Although Baipu's status in the clan was high, in this totem territory, he did not dare to be unbridled. Rong Sun and Rong Ling were merely initial stage, Tier 9. Although they were not his match, he did not dare to make a move to strike them. It was fine if he struck out, but if it left a handle for gossip for the other two clans, there would be everything to lose, but nothing to gain for the clan. But Baipu was also very shocked. With his strength, he actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan threw the slaps just now. Yi Yuan's actions were too swift. Everyone did not react in time. When did phaseless realm martial artists have such terrifying movements? The flowing light White Tiger clan claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. But Yi Yuan's movements just now, he actually did not see clearly. Two fools who defied your superior, giving you guys two slaps, is already considered light. You should rejoice that I'm not a member of the Tiger clan. Otherwise, the two of you would already be dead men now. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. Rong Sun was still incredibly haughty just now, but currently facing Yi Yuan, he actually had unspeakable fear. Yi Yuan's move just now was too fast. He did not see clearly at all. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill them, they would indeed be dead men already. This level of movement technique that merged with heaven and earth was completely not what he could catch up to. One had to know that even a divine king like Zhou Buofeng had no way of catching Yi Yuan. I was just speaking truthfully. How is it defying my superiors? Rong Sun defended himself with sophistry. Yi Yuan said coolly, according to what I know, the young patriarch's position in the Tiger clan is on par with divine king realm elders. As a candidate to be the young patriarch, White Light's status is comparable to that of elders. The two of you made impertinent remarks about him. Killing you guys? What's wrong with that? Rong Sen's face became deathly pale the moment he heard. If one really took it seriously, this excuse of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to kill the two of them. The demon race's rankings were even more stringent than the human race. Defying one's superiors, this kind of accusation was enough to die several times over. Also, you guys said that those who are not of my race are surely not of one heart and mind. According to what I know, your patriarch and elders, quite a few people have had dealings with human martial artists. There are even some people whose friendly relations aren't shallow. According to the meaning in your words, are each and every one of the Tiger clan's elders all traitors? Yi Yuan took his time to say, but Rong Sun and Rong Ling became drenched in cold sweat. Although the demon race was relatively independent, the demon race's upper echelons likewise had close dealings with the human race. In his past life, Ji Qingyun had very friendly relations with a dragon race's higher up who even invited him to the dragon clan to be a guest. This point, Rong Sun and Rong Ling were naturally aware. If according to what Yi Yuan said, These two charges added up was enough for them to die a number of times over. Just as the two of them were at a loss on what to do, a young man slowly walked over. What a sharp tongue your esteemed self has. Looks like you're the reinforcement White Light went to invite. When Baipe saw the arrival, his expression involuntarily changed, and he went forward to salute. Young Patriarch Rome Exen. Hoo-hoo, you went through great trouble. Baipe. Looks like this brother arriving, younger brother White Light, has an additional huge arm. Rong Exien said with a faint smile. Hearing young Patriarch these two words, how could Yi Yuan still not understand the ident? 1. Tie of this person in front of him. This person was definitely one of the candidates for young Patriarch 2. Those two people earlier were likely arranged by him in advance to deliberately take him down a notch. It was just that Rong Exien did not expect that a slap from him and a few sentences scared the two people until they wet their pants. He only showed himself to rescue the besieged against his will. Yi Yuan said coolly whether it's an additional huge arm or not is hard to tell. But if someone wants to bully White Light, I'll break an arm of his. When Rong Exien heard that, a cold light flickered across his two eyes. But on the surface, he said with a light smile, Brother is so arrogant. You got to know that this place is the White Tiger Clan's territory. You humans have to pay the price for coming here to be arrogant. Yi Yuan looked at Rong Exien and said with a smile, when I'm arrogant, the one who pays the price is generally someone else. Big brother. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded out. A white silhouette arrived, with a howl. Who could it be if not White Light? White Light, parting for years, I didn't expect that you're already the flowing light, White Tiger Clan's young patriarch. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, and they hugged each other, leaving Rong Exien out in the cold at one side. Chapter 977, Get Lost. Chapter 977. Get lost after a round of small talk. White Light suddenly said to Rong Exien with a faint smile, Rong Exien, don't blame me for not warning you. The outcome of provoking my big brother will all be very tragic. Rong Exien's heart plunged. He discovered that after White Light saw Yi Yuan, his entire person's spirit, qi, and vitality became different. How to say it, these few days, although White Light appeared very calm, Rong Exien could detect that hint of restlessness beneath his calm. White Light had always maintained very restrained for the sake of the flowing light White Tiger Clan. It was impossible for the White Light from before to say such words. But this sort of restlessness was actually swept away cleanly after he saw Yi Yuan just now. The current White Light, even when speaking, appeared fully confident. Rong Exien was perplexed. Just what kind of magic powers did this human race bred have to actually be able to make White Light undergo such a huge transformation? Although Yi Yuan's strength earlier gave him a fright, this kind of strength, when placed in the White Tiger Clan, was clearly inadequate to look at. The strength of the four great divine beast race was not the slightest bit weaker compared to the human domain's super holy lands. What kind of wave could a phaseless realm brat stir up? Rong Exien smiled and said, Is that so? The day after tomorrow, the Elders' Council's decision will be coming out. When your candidate qualifications are revoked, I want to see what your big brother will use to make me very tragic. Ha ha ha. Rong Exien left with a burst of loud laughter, but White Light's expression became ugly. Baipo's expression changed when he heard that and said, Young Patriarch, is what Rong Exien said true? What's going on here? White Light finally let out a long sigh and said, This isn't the right place to talk. Let's return to the clan first. White Light brought Yi Yuan, and the others returned to the flowing light White Tiger Clan's encampment. Along the way, the initial most excitement from seeing Yi Yuan disappeared at this time. Yi Yuan did not speak. In his impression, White Light had always been a naive youth. He had never seen before White Light with such a beard with a heavy load sighed. One could tell that White Light regarded this young patriarch's status very importantly. Yi Yuan took it into his eyes, but could not help being somewhat moved. That little white tiger in the old days grew up after all. Yo, is that our Lord Young Patriarch? Oh, no, wait, there's still 2 more days, and our flowing light white tiger clan is going to lose the qualifications to contend as the Young Patriarch. We really have to thank Young Patriarch White Light. Upon entering the clan, a voice dripping with sarcasm transmitted into everyone's ears. A young man dressed in white came out from a corner. His gaze when looking at White Light was filled with enmity. Bai Po's face fell, and he said, "Bai Hui, can you don't be so sarcastic when you speak? What benefits can you get from Young Patriarch losing his qualification? Without Young Patriarch, with just the likes of you, the Crimson Flame and Suppression Marshal 2 clans probably wouldn't even take one look." That Bai Hui's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "So what? At least I wouldn't become a laughingstock of the entire White Tiger clan. Even if I lose, I'll also lose openly and above board." Bai Pai could not help choking up. Even though Bai Hui was jealous of White Light, if White Light's qualifications were really revoked, he would really become a laughingstock of the entire White Tiger clan. Yi Yuan looked on indifferently as a bystander, already clear in his heart. White Light's appearance probably and a T.C. head away his tea, of Young Patriarch. Therefore, when he saw White Light, he would naturally be sarcastic. "Big brother, let's go." White Light's interest somewhat waned, unwilling to argue with Bai Hui, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Bai Hui, is it? You can even lose so righteously and confidently. Your esteemed self's thinking truly takes people's breath away. No wonder the White Tiger clan declined until this point. Even the junior generation has gone downhill like so. How can it not decline?" Yi Yuan's words made Bai Hui flush scarlet red with shame. Even Bai Pa felt that he lost face too. Indeed, right now, the flowing light White Tiger clan's members, quite a number of people had roughly the same thinking as Bai Hui, harboring the idea of muddling along. If not for White Light's appearance, they would also go and play a supporting role with no qualms of conscience, then be eliminated with their minds at ease and their conscience clear. "You, a measly little human, what the I do you know? The might of the Crimson Flame and Suppression Marshal is completely not what you can imagine." Bai Hui shouted at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan smiled again and said, "Hence, you feel that being able to stand up there and contend with them for the position of Young Patriarch is already immense courage, right?" I don't. Bai Hui wanted to deny it very much, but Yi Yuan's words made him have no way of denying at all. "You know what? I saw Rong Xin when I entered the territory. You're far too lacking when compared to him. Not talking about cultivation, realm strength, just your tolerance and breadth of mind is not on the same level as him. If you represent the flowing light White Tiger clan to go and contend for the position of Young Patriarch, it will only be more disgraceful." Yi Yuan threw Bai Hui's face onto the ground without the least bit of mercy and conveniently stomped on it a few times. This period of time, White Light's days in the flowing light White Tiger clan was probably very rough. He reckoned that this Bai Hui had no lack of embarrass. Sing White Light. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let him have an easy time too. You, Bai Hui was enraged until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices, yet he just could not find words to refute. "What about me? Stop making a fool of yourself here, all right? Let me tell you, White Light's qualifications won't be revoked. The position of Young Patriarch will also definitely be his. As for you, get lost. Let's go." Yi Yuan said coolly, There are still 2 days, and the Elders' Council's decision will be said down. I want to see if your boasting is going to reach the skies or not. By Huey's roar came from behind, but Yi Yuan did not even care. Arriving at the inner chamber, White Light showed an ugly smile and said, I've incurred your ridicule, big brother. Slap! Yi Yuan suddenly cuffed the back of White Light's head and scolded with a smile, Rascally brat! What nonsense are you saying? Are you really that little tiger who fears nothing and no one that I know? Bai Pu was taken aback with fright by this scene and immediately felt a blast of cold wind at the back of his head too. Although the time White Light returned to the White Tiger clan was not long, with the methods and aura he displayed, he already faintly had the imposing air of a sovereign. If not for dismissing his qualifications this matter, there was actually body who dared to question him in the clan anymore. But Yi Yuan actually treated him like a little kid, directly smacking. Furthermore, young patriarch even did not dare to retaliate. This scene made his eyes drop to the ground. Hee, Whitey, with your and big brother Yuan's feelings, you still said this sort of words. Isn't it treating us as strangers too much? Don't you worry. With big brother Yuan around, this position of young patriarch is definitely yours. It can't run away. Yu Mengli did not talk all along, but was tickled by Yi Yuan at this time. White Light, being smacked, seemed to have come back to his senses too. He appeared slightly embarrassed, said as he said with a laugh. Ha! Yeah, when Big Brother isn't around, I feel uneasy all over. The pressure these few days, it was too intense. But elder sister Lier, you called Big Brother Yuan so intimately. Do I, this younger brother, have to change my term of address to sister-in-law? Being teased by White Light, Yu Mengli's face reddened. Chapter 978, White Tiger Dungeon. Chapter 978, White Tiger Dungeon. After a bout of teasing, White Light's emotions finally smoothed over. In front of Yi Yuan, he recovered to that cheerful and lively White Light again. Seeing this scene, the Bai Pu by the side was endlessly shocked. White Light came to the Flowing Light clan for such a long time. He had yet to see such an innocent and pure side of him. In his impression, White Light had always been a youth who matured earlier, serious in speech and manner, and had well thought out plans. Oh, right. Why did the Elders' Council suddenly want to cancel your young patriarch candidate qualifications? Even if they have doubts about your ident. It's also not to the extent of being so extreme, right? After all, the divine beast bloodline in you, there's no way of faking it. Yi Yuan dragged the topic back to the subject. But White Light fell silent. A blush faintly appeared on his face, and he actually became somewhat shy. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being endlessly surprised. But Bai Pu heaved a long sigh and said, Sigh, no man can resist the charms of a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that young patriarchs still fell into it. They were all people who had experienced it. When Yi Yuan and Bai Pu saw this scene, how could they still not understand what happened? I didn't think that our family's White Light actually had his first awakening of love too. It's just who's that lady? To actually implicate your White Tiger clan's struggle for young patriarch, Yi Yuan said curiously. Being teased by Yi Yuan, White Light's face became even redder, like an apple. But he still let out a sigh and said, I also know that I shouldn't, but I couldn't control my feelings. That girl is from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. Our White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan are mortal enemies. This matter was found out by Dinos who it was disclosed to the Elders' Council, making the Elders come to a decision and want to revoke my candidate rights. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was unbelievably astonished. White Light actually fell in love with the enemy. No wonder the Elders' Council would be enraged and wanted to revoke his candidate rights. Adding in White Light's ident, one, tie, which left questions unanswered. It would be weird if the Elders' Council did not have any expression. Such an incident occurring, it was already a miracle that White Light could still have freedom. Baipa let out a sigh too and said, "These few years, young patriarch performed deeds of valor in many battles for the White Tiger clan. That's why an exception was made for him to become a candidate for young patriarch. If not for this, the Elders' Council likely would not stop at revoking his rights so simple." Yi Yuan was not clear about the White Tiger clan's matters, but he knew that the White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan were mortal foes. Both parties mutually went on punitive expeditions that had already lasted for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. White Light actually fell for a woman from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. This sort of thing absolutely could not be forgiven. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just lightly drummed the table using his finger, emitting a rhythmic sound. When everyone saw the situation, they knew that Yi Yuan was thinking and could not help holding their breaths, not daring to disturb Yi Yuan. After some time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. "Where is that girl now?" White Light's expression dimmed, and he said, "I originally hid her in the territory of the Flowing Light clan. But this matter was found out by I don't know who. Now, she's already imprisoned inside the totem territory. The clan has already issued the decree. The moment the Elders' Council's decision is out the day after tomorrow, they will be sentencing her to death." White Light clenched his fists tightly, kneading his own bones until it creaked. Yi Yuan knew that he was definitely struggling endlessly inside his heart. If according to White Light's temper in the past, he would definitely have not been able to hold back long ago, and went into the dungeons to rescue her. But now, he was shouldering the duty of the Flowing Light clan on him. This was like a shackle, making White Light unable to keep his hands and feet unfettered. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This matter is somewhat fishy. Might have to find a breakthrough point from this girl. Looks like we have to make a trip into the dungeon." White Light said with difficulty, "But the dungeons are heavily guarded. The clan has already strictly ordered me to not enter the dungeon to visit Shower." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can this small matter stump your big brother? You just have to tell me the location of the dungeon. I naturally have ways to go in." At midnight, inside the White Tiger clan's dungeons, there was suddenly a subtle ripple in S.P.A.C. A figure directly walked out from within the void. This White Tiger clan's dungeons were indeed heavily guarded. Even underground also had array formations protecting in order to prevent convicts from escaping. But this was nothing to the Yi Yuan, who comprehended Heaven-Man unity. Heaven-Man unity realm already touched the source of great Tao. Mere array formations could not hinder Yi Yuan's footsteps at all. Yi Yuan's figure had just appeared, and several terrifying auras locked onto him. Clearly, his appearance shattered the deathly stillness of the dungeons. Heaven-Man unity merging into heaven and earth. Fine lad, to actually have such heaven and earth cultivation at a young age. An icy cold voice transmitted over as if coming from underworld. Yi Yuan could feel that when this voice appeared, the other few auras withdrew like tidewater, as if they had never appeared before at all. "I'm flattered. I'm here to look for someone. You guys carry on sleeping. Don't come and interrupt this young master," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant boy. However, you indeed have the capital to be arrogant. This old man has lived for several tens of thousands of years and wasn't able to reach Heaven-Man Unity realm either. I really have no idea how you cultivate. Boy, let us make a deal." That icy cold voice suddenly changed his tone. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not interested. Go to one side and play. Don't hinder this young master from handling matters. Yi Yuan knew that this person's cultivation was bound to be exceedingly high, but he also knew that inside this dungeon had terrifying restrictive powers. These guys looked scary, but it was all scaring people. Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Do you really think that this old man can do nothing to you? Suddenly, a terrifying aura transmitted out from the depths of the dungeon. A colossal soul force actually directly ignored the restrictions and unleashed an attack at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just chuckled coldly, but did not even move a muscle, using a divine soul attack to deal with him. This was purely seeking death himself. Arg! Indeed, a miserable cry transmitted over. That divine soul attack came quickly, and left even quicker. Under this one attack, the other party already sustained considerable injuries. It was also fortunate that the restrictions could cut off most of the soul force. Otherwise, at this time, the other party would not be able to avoid the outcome of his soul dissipating. With this, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed that the atmosphere inside the dungeons became somewhat different. Originally, when the rest saw that Yi Yuan was so arrogant, they all gloated over his misfortune. But at this time, inside each and every cell, waves of uneasiness were transmitted out distinctly. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Being well-behaved now? Who knows how many years you have been suppressed? You still want to come out and posture. Serves you right. Boy, who the H-E-L are you? With your cultivation realm, how can you possibly block my divine soul attack?" That icy cold voice sounded out again, but had clearly weakened a lot. Very clearly, that attack earlier made him feel very awful. Ao Qian, you punk really made progress. To actually muddle into the White Tiger Clan's dungeon. Right then, Long Teng's voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 979. Bring you all out? Chapter 979. Bring you all out, you. Who are you? To actually know this seat's name. Ao Qian's shock was by no means insignificant. He had already been locked up in the White Tiger dungeon for no idea how many years. There was actually still someone who recognized him. Furthermore, most of the overtone in Long Tongue's words was ridicule, with somewhat the hint of looking down from high above. This seat? Hoo-hoo, you punk, really showing no respect for your elders. In front of me, you actually dare to proclaim to be this seat too. Long Tongue's voice sounded out nonchalantly but exuded limitless awe. Don't play tricks in front of me. Ao Qian. Who the H-E-L are you? Ao Qian was a peerless powerhouse of his generation too. How could he be intimidated by one sentence? You had no lack of suffering this seat's dragon-tempering wit back then. Why did you forget it all now? Long Tongue said coolly, You are. Ao Qian's expression could not be seen, but Yi Yuan knew that the expression on his face currently must be very fascinating. Yi Yuan also did not think that casually taking a trip into a dungeon, Long Tongue could even be, MP into an old acquaintance. However, a powerhouse able to be in the same generation as Long Tongue at least have to be several tens of thousands of years old too, right? Really have no idea how this Ao Qian survived. Actually, Yi Yuan also knew the divine realm had some old antiques who never left seclusion. But all of them had their own means to hang in there with just a single breath in order to persevere until divine Tao descended once more. Upon breaking through to deity realm, a martial artist's longevity would greatly increase. Living for 10,000 years was not a problem at all. As long as you don't need to say it out. Long Ting opened his mouth and interrupted Ao Qian's words. My lord, Ao Qian did not think that you're actually still alive. Virtually in an instant, Ao Qian's pride disappeared completely without a trace. His words were I N.G. with respect. You, a punk, didn't even die. How would this seat die? Whatever you have to say it later. Yi Yuan came in to find a heavenly fiend Tiger Clan girl. She was just imprisoned inside a few days ago. You should know where she's being locked up, right? Long Tongue said, Yes, my lord. She's in jail cell D. 52, Ao Qian said. And now, be quiet for this seat. Your matters, talk again later. Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan found jail cell D. 52 very quickly. Indeed, he saw a girl with delicate features being locked up inside the cell. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and actually Pa S said right through the jail cell's restrictions, and entered inside the jail cell. You're Fong Xiao. Yi Yuan opened his mouth to ask. Fong Xiao curled up in a corner of the cell. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice, she involuntarily raised her head to look at Yi Yuan. It was just that one could not see any hint of anger in her gaze. This Fong Xiao indeed gave people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her. That instant when Fong Xiao's gaze came into contact with Yi Yuan, her entire body suddenly trembled, her eyes gradually becoming absent-minded. Now, I'll do the asking, you'll answer. Yi Yuan said coolly. Fong Xiao was just like a puppet at this time. She nodded her head and said, yes. 15 minutes later, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Girl, have a good rest. Things will be over very soon. Fong Xiao's head slumped, and she actually already became fast asleep. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he already arrived outside of the jail cell. Senior, what to do about that, Ao Qian? Yi Yuan asked Long Tongue. It sounded like Long Tongue's and Ao Qian's relations. I plus P was not shallow. Since they met, Yi Yuan naturally had to ask about Long Tongue's ATT. I tooed. And my lord, I beg you to take me away. Ao Qian's voice quivered as he said, The White Tiger Dungeons was constructed in the divine Tao era. The restrictions inside are countless, and the power is incredibly strong. In my present state, I can't save you at all, Long Tongue said. Does your excellency still remember the grudge back then? Ao Qian has always been your excellency's follower. Back then when your excellency left, Ao Qian also got implicated before betraying them and escaped. Otherwise, why would I be imprisoned in this place that's completely dark without sun for as long as 20,000 years? Ao Qian thought that Long Tongue did not wish to bring him away and panicked all at once, saying what happened in the past. Long Tongue mused for a moment and said coolly, The matters back then are already clouds and mist that have come and gone. The White Tiger Dungeon is one of the most terrifying prisons in the divine realm. Even at my prime, I also dare not say to be able to rescue you away, let alone now. Ao Qian involuntarily choked up when he heard that, who knew that Long Tongue's tone suddenly changed, and he said, However, I know someone who can save you. Ao Qian froze. Even his breathing became ragged. Your Excellency is talking about this young man? How is that possible? Even if he comprehended heaven-man unity, it's also impossible to bring me out. The restrictions inside this dungeon were extremely a lot. Although Yi Yuan was able to not touch the restrictions, Ao Qian could not. Once they trigger the restrictions, what they would have to face would be the entire White Tiger clan's pursuit. Even if Yi Yuan was any stronger, it would also not be possible to escape. Hoo-hoo, whether you believe or not is up to you. But Long Ting showed neither approval nor disapproval. Ao Qian fell silent. He was already locked up inside this dungeon for 20,000 years. At this rate, it was death sooner or later. There should be no way that Long Tongue, as a Dragon Race's senior, would bluff him. It was just that he could not figure out, no matter what, how this young man could bring him out. Why, Your Excellency? I'm willing to pledge loyalty to Milord. Milord, please rescue me. Your Excellency, I'm willing to. Ao Qian was hesitating, but the rest already could not sit still any more long ago. Each and every one of them was trapped here, lingering on with their last breath of life. In the end, they could only grow old and die inside the White Tiger dungeon. Now, there was a chance. They would not bother about so much. Each and every one of these people begged Yi Yuan for help, making Yi Yuan fall silent, taking revenge on Ji Kanglin. This difficulty of this matter was indeed a little great just by relying on him alone. If he had a large faction behind him, it seemed like a pretty good option too. Fine, I can bring you all away. However, as a condition, you must submit under my rule. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, with this, the entire dungeon seethed over. Humph! A bunch of fools. It's just a brat who's still wet behind his ears. On what basis to bring you all away? Entering this White Tiger dungeon, I've never seen people go out before. If the White Tiger clan's dungeon is so easy to get out, they would have long been exterminated already. Right then, a discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan knew that this was one of the few divine senses spying on him earlier. His strength was likewise unfathomable. A bunch of ignorant things. You guys also believe a snotty brat's words. Don't you forget, we're all the White Tiger clan's felons. Want to escape the dungeon? Don't think about it in this lifetime. Another voice sounded out. These two voices sounding out, those jubilant voices immediately died down. Very clearly, these two people's status in the dungeon was likely second only to Ao Qian. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, in this world, there are too many things that you guys can't imagine. Frogs at the bottom of a well, nothing more than so. I won't do any boasting either, but when I can bring you guys away, I hope that you can still maintain this composure. Done talking, a ripple appeared in S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan directly vanished from inside the dungeon. Chapter 980, Reversing Verdict. Chapter 980, Reversing Verdict. On the third day, the White Tiger clan's elders' council held the meeting as scheduled. The White Tiger clan's powerhouses filled the hall. Those present were all the Divine Realm's apex figures. A candidate's right being revoked was a major matter that involved the direction of the White Tiger clan. The Elders' Council would naturally have to take the matter seriously. The various clans' patriarchs, Elders' Council's members, as well as the three candidates, all had to be present. Rong Xian had a smile on his face, looking like his mood was pretty good. The other candidate, Wu Mo, had a calm look, seeming like everything had nothing to do with him. As for White Light, there was no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. On the left-hand side sat three old men. Each and every one of them was incomparably somber. The objective of inviting everyone here, I believe everyone is aware. White Light secretly hid a heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's girl at the Flowing Light clan, infringing upon the plea of young patriarch candidate. Inviting everyone over today is to discuss the matter of revoking White Light's candidate rights, said the old man sitting on the left-hand side, whose hair and beard were all white. This person was the White Tiger clan's head elder, Rong Kuan. His cultivation was unfathomable. When Rong Kuan finished talking, the Crimson Flame clan's patriarch, Rong Yin, opened his mouth to say, Head Elder, I feel that this matter doesn't need to be discussed anymore. White Light colluded with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. The proof is conclusive. This young patriarch candidate, rights mustn't be given to him anymore. Furthermore, White Light's origins are unclear. Although he is White Tiger clan bloodline, D knows if he was groomed by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan or not. In my view, throw White Light into the dungeons and interrogate carefully again. Rongin, your words are too much, right? Although the time White Light returned to the clan isn't long, he achieved brilliant accomplishments in war. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan had quite a few geniuses who died at White Light's hands. Could it be that because of this one incident, it will negate so much of his contributions? The Flowing Light clan's patriarch, Baiju, said solemnly, each of the White Tiger clan's branch had their own patriarch, but upon entering the totem territory, they would become members of the Elders Association and were not to favor any clan. The Elders Council's members were not many, but they were people who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. Furthermore, their statuses were extremely venerated and were even above the various clans' patriarchs. Hence, those arguing now were all the various branches' patriarchs. Baiju, we all didn't deny White Light's meritorious services. But his ident. 1. Tai has always been suspicious. You know this. I know that your Flowing Light clan finally managed to find a junior with immense potential. That's why you would cherish like so. But if he's really sent by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan, if he really becomes the young patriarch, or he becomes the White Tiger clan's patriarch in the future, this consequence, can you bear it? Wu Qian said. At this time, the Suppression Martial clan's patriarch, Wu Qian, also spoke up. Baiju's expression was very grim. Snorting coldly, he turned his head over and sulked. He also knew that the moment this elders' meeting started today, White Light would be fraught with grim possibilities. But White Light's actions truly made him rather mournful. These few days, he put in words of praises in front of each elder until his mouth ran dry, but the results yielded were still very little. This crime of having secret communications with their mortal enemy, and, body dared to risk universal condemnation. This sort of thing gave people too big of an opening. It was just that Baiju could not quite understand. White Light was clearly an extremely smart lad. Why would he be so foolish on this sort of thing? There were still some divine king realm branch patriarchs present. The opinions they expressed also mostly leaned towards White Light being guilty, even wanting to throw him into the dungeon. Baiju could only sigh unceasingly in his heart as well when he saw this. Looks like the various patriarchs all don't have any more objections regarding this matter of revoking White Light's candidate rights. Little Light, do you still have anything to say for yourself? Head Elder Rong Kuan said. White Light's face did not change, as he said coolly, White Light has a clear conscience. Ha! What an excellent have a clear conscience. I wonder how many of our secrets the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan already knows. Towards the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan, you really have a clear conscience. Rong Xin said with a cold sneer. White Light looked steadily ahead and did not even pay attention to him. Rong Xin could not help feeling stifled, like his punch landed on cotton, feeling very awful. Rong Kuan stared at White Light and said with a sigh, these few days, the few of us old fellows also gathered together to discuss many times. Honestly speaking, Little Light's talent indeed SES others. Furthermore, he achieved quite a number of great accomplishments to his name and is indeed a strong contender for the next patriarch. However, this matter concerns the White Tiger clan's rise and decline. We dare not be careless. Therefore, Little Light, your candidate writes, bang. Head Elder's words were said halfway, when the Great Hall's gates were suddenly kicked open by someone. Yi Yuan slowly walked in with both hands behind his back. Big brother. The moment White Light saw Yi Yuan, he immediately let out a sigh in relief. Ever since after Yi Yuan left the day before yesterday, he never came back. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not abandon him to the wolves, his current emotions were also quite fluid. Teared. Since Yi Yuan appeared now, this matter definitely had a turn for the better. Where did this brat come from to dare be insolent in my White Tiger clan? Rong In berated. This one is Yi Yuan, White Light's big brother. The matter is urgent. The action of forcing open the door truly could not be helped. I hope that elders can pardon my offense. Yi Yuan said coolly, neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Humph! To arbitrarily barge into the elders' meeting, even an extremely big matter, is also a capital crime. Furthermore, you're just a human. Rong In said with a cold snort. At this time, that old man with a benevolent countenance on the right of Rong In suddenly opened his mouth and said, Junior, are you here for White Light's matters? Yi Yuan said, Precisely so. That old man slowly nodded and said, Junior, arbitrarily barging into the elders' meeting indeed has the issue of scorning my White Tiger clan. If you're unable to give a reason that utterly convinces us, even I can't protect you either. Understand? Yi Yuan said smilingly, That's of course. Elders just need to give me an opportunity to speak up. Will do. That old man looked at Rong Kuan and said, What's head elder's opinion? Rong Kuan thought about it and asked Yi Yuan, Could it be that this matter still has more than meets the eye? Yi Yuan said, Head elder, that heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's girl did not show up earlier nor too late. She actually showed up right when the compat, one tie-in for the position of young patriarch, was the most heated. Don't you feel that it's too coincidental? If White Light is secretly colluding with the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan, he also wouldn't be foolish enough to hide an enemy inside the clan at this time, right? Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago. At this time, he spoke with confidence and composure, stating the suspicions in his heart. Rong Kuan and the rest could not help getting lost in thoughts when they heard Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan continued, As a young patriarch candidate, it's impossible for White Light to not know what consequences hiding a heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's member in the clan at this time would be. Therefore, this matter, White Light definitely did it very covertly. Probably even the patriarch Bai Ju, who regarded him very highly, did not know. Then, who exposed this matter, making the entire White Tiger clan all know. Rong Yin's expression changed. He did not think that at this critical juncture, a brat like this would pop out to stir up trouble. His face fell, and he said with a cold snort, Even if you have a glib tongue, these are just your conjectures. But White Light secretly hiding the heavenly fiend Tiger Girl is concrete proof. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, Want proof, is it? Shuangzhou, bring them in. One Shuangzhou escorted two people into the Great Hall. When everyone saw these two people, their faces all changed drastically. Chapter 981, Communications Array Formation. Chapter 981, Communications Array Formation. Dad. Rong Xian quickly stood up, his gaze glued on the person Wan Shuangzhou escorted in. One of them was none other than precisely Rong Xian's father, Rong Zhe. Rong Zhe was just an ordinary clan member of the Crimson Flame clan. His strength was Pa-S, sable, but did not excel in an aspect. But a father became Blee due to his son. Rong Xian's rise made him become a figure with great power in the Crimson Flame clan. Everyone did not expect that Yi Yuan actually captured Rong Zhe over. With this, the matter became somewhat big. Rong Zhe was restrained by Rong Shuangzhou. He was just like a dead dog at this time, unable to reply Rong Xian at all. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually dared to treat his father like so, Rong Xian was already burning with rage and could not care about the many elders present either. His entire person transformed into a streak of crimson-red color, charging over towards Yi Yuan. A streak of flowing light flashed across. White light already cut in front of Yi Yuan. Rumble! Under a blow, the two people each fell back several steps, evenly matched in strength. But Rong Xian did not have the intention of stopping. He was just about to attack, but Rong Yin held him back. Calm down, Rong Xian. If he can't give a reason why, there will naturally be the elders standing up for you. Although persuading Rong Xian, Rong Yin himself also looked incredibly grim. Rong Xian clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. Wisconsin H. Plussing he could kill Yi Yuan immediately. But Yi Yuan gave a look of indifference and said coolly, "Now can I speak?" Rong Yin said, "Go on. But you're also aware that Rong Zhe is Rong Xian's father. You should know the consequences of this matter." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I was busy with this task for a day and night. It naturally wasn't to bring the person in to seek death. These two people are in cahoots together, colluding with the heavenly fiend Tiger's elder Ling Nine Hills, making arrangements to put Fang Xiao by White Light's side, so as to make him lose all standing and reputation. This way, Rong Zhe's son, Rong Xian, would be able to have one less formidable opponent and become young patriarch." Yi Yuan's simple few sentences shocked everyone to the core. Even more shocked was White Light. He did not think that Fang Xiao actually intentionally approached him. No idea why. His heart suddenly winced in pain, like it was hurt by something. Apart from Rong Zhe, Yi Yuan still brought another person. And the other person was none other than precisely that Bai Hui's father. The moment Rong Xian heard, he said in a stern voice, "Yi Yuan, you're slandering venomously, just based on a one-sided statement. You want to reverse the verdict on White Light's behalf? Rong Xian, hold your horses. This matter is of utmost importance. If in the end, it's proven that Yi Yuan is spouting nonsense, this seat will naturally return you justice." Done talking, Rong Kuan turned to Yi Yuan again and asked, "Junior, you can't make unfounded charges here. Do you have proof?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a miniature array formation appeared before everyone. Rong Kuan's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, "Moving an array formation. Junior, what formidable means?" Moving an array formation was a very profound method in the formations path. One could set up a set of array formation beforehand, then store it inside a spatial magic artifact. When one required it, they could directly summon it from inside the spatial magic artifact, instantly forming an array. Although this miniature array formation before them was small, it was a Tier 9 array formation. Want to move it over? One must have the strength of a formation's emperor. Yi Yuan was merely phaseless realm boundary, and he was actually able to transport a Tier 9 array formation. It was also no wonder that Rong Kuan was shocked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head Elder is too kind. Just an insignificant skill. This array formation was discovered beneath the earth of Rong Zhe's house. I found it and conveniently transported him over." Rong Xian said with a cold smile, "Just a communications array formation. What can it ill? You, S-trait? You casually set up an array formation yourself, then transport it over. Who would know?" This miniature array formation was a communications array formation. It was specifically used for transmitting messages, which was very convenient. If Rong Zhe really secretly colluded with the heavenly fiend Tiger clan, using this set of array formation to transmit messages was not an impossibility. It was just that even if this sort of thing was transported over, it did not have much persuasiveness either. After all, Yi Yuan could set up an array formation himself, then transport it over. Yi Yuan, you aren't thinking of making the elders convict Rong Zhe's crime by relying on a communications array formation that was transported over, right? Rong Yin also said somberly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The array formation can be faked, but the messages inside the array formation can't be faked. Isn't that so, you guys?" Rong Yin's expression changed when he heard that and said, You're able to recover the contents of the communications array formation? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I think I should be able to do it. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Baiju, they all roused their spirits up. While Rong-yin, they all were taken aback with shock. If he really could recover the communication contents, then the problem would be blown up. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, both hands reaching out like phantoms, and started to handle the communications array formation. Everyone all held their breaths, staring fixedly at the communications array formation. Some people looked forward to some contents appearing on the communications array formation, while others did not hope for those contents to appear. But there was one thing, everyone's hearts were all pounding away. Roughly 15 minutes later, the communications array formation suddenly lit up, and a row of words actually appeared. The fish has already swallowed the bait. Thanks again in the future. Zay. This should be the last transmitted message. Rong Xian's heart suddenly jolted, his entire person seemingly being drained. His two eyes were vacant and at a loss, plopping his bottom back onto the chair. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the great hall seemed exceedingly stifling. However, Yi Yuan's actions had not ended yet. Very soon, a second message appeared on the array formation. Eliminating in the name of collusion, Daughter Feng Shao is already on the way. 9 hills. This was clearly the message sent back by that elderling 9 hills. Following that, messages after messages appeared on the array formation. The further back it went, the uglier the expressions on everyone's faces, especially Rong Kuan and the others sitting on the left-hand side. Their faces were grim until it could almost drip water. Toward the back, the messages displayed on the communications array formation was already not related to white light. Among them, apart from some normal communications, there were even quite a number of the White Tiger clan's secrets. Seeing these messages, how these elders felt could also be imagined. Bang! A table in front of head elder virtually turned to dust instantaneously. Enough! Rong Kuan said fiercely. Yi Yuan knew that the fire was about ready. Hence, he stopped casting his spell. The light on the communications array formation abruptly dissipated. Impossible! Impossible! This is impossible! Rong Xian repeated over and over again, batted out of his wits. He did not think that his factor actually went to collude with the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan for him. Yi Yuan, it must be a trick you played. These messages were definitely all fabricated by you. Right, this was cooked up by you. Rong Xian suddenly jumped up, as if he had discovered a new continent. This matter, Rong Xian himself was also kept in the dark. Right now, he was completely unable to accept such a fact. Therefore, what he could think of was that Yi Yuan was cheating. Enough! Rong Xian, do you feel that we, these old fellows, are all blind? Rong Kuan's icy cold tone made Rong Xian feel as if he fell into an ice cellar. Chapter 982, Displaying Strength. Chapter 982, Displaying Strength. These divine king experts of the Elders' Council were not ordinary powerhouses. Their strength was unfathomable. Moreover, they lived to a ripe old age, and their experiences were out of the ordinary. Unless Yi Yuan's formation's Tao level reached deity realm, otherwise it was absolutely impossible to cheat under their noses. Rong Xian already lost his composure at this time, and actually slandered Yi Yuan for cheating. Didn't it imply the group of elders to be fools? Head elder, this Rong-yin was also dumbfounded by this scene. He never would have thought that such a drama-like change would occur to the matter in the end, and actually did not know what to say for a moment. Rong Kuan was worthy of being the head elder. He already calmed down at this time. Slightly heaving a sigh, he said to Rong-yin, "You bring Rong Xian back, and watch over closely." As for Rong Zhe and Bai Su, throw the two of them into the dungeons first and guard closely. The disciplinary hall will be in charge of this matter. This matter will have to trouble you. You must interrogate and get to the bottom of it. The Wu Xian on the left-hand side of Rong Kuan nodded and said, "Rest assured, head elder." Only after Rong Zhe and Bai Su were brought away, and Rong Yin left dejectedly too, did the group of patriarchs abruptly startled awake. The events that occurred today were simply too dramatic. They were clearly going to revoke White Light's candidate rights. But why did it become the Crimson Flame clan having secret communications with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan all of a sudden? These branch patriarchs all looked at Yi Yuan with looks of astonishment written all over their faces. This young man actually overturned the raging tides at the last moment. "All disperse." Head elder's dignified voice sounded out. Everyone also did not dare to remain here, taking their leave one after another and leaving, while at this time, White Light did not have the slightest joy of post-victory. Instead, his entire person was in low spirits. Clearly, the blow of Feng Zhao's matter to him was very great. In the end, White Light was merely still a youth. He was different from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was someone who had experienced a lifetime before. His mentality was much more mature compared to White Light. "Let's go. Maybe this matter isn't as terrible as you imagine." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and consoled. White Light smiled bitterly and said, "Don't need to console me anymore, big brother." Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. At this time, the more one said, the more it would make people feel hurt. The two people were just about to leave, but head elder spoke up. "Yi Yuan, please wait." Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said with a smile, "Head elder stopping me, it isn't to punish me for the crime of treating the White Tiger clan with contempt, right?" Yi Yuan checkmated first. Head elder could only chuckle and said, "Things happen for a reason. This seat naturally isn't that sort of narrow-minded person. This seat represents the White Tiger clan to thank you instead. Count it as this seat owing you a favor. 2 malignant tumors inside the clan. Something major would happen sooner or later." Yi Yuan snickered in his heart. This old man was actually playing word games with him. Him owing a favor and the White Tiger clan owing a favor, these two were completely different. However, even a favor of Rong Kuan's was still a priceless treasure. Such a powerhouse was naturally not as powerful as the 10 great divine kings. But his strength was also exceedingly terrifying. But Yi Yuan randomly stumbled upon and dug out the White Tiger clan's malignant tumors in order to save White Light this time. It was also considered an unexpected harvest. This one day's time tired Yi Yuan out badly, consecutively utilizing Heaven-Man unity and the power of the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil virtually squeezed him dry. One had to know that even though Rong Zhe and Bai Su were not Divine King experts, they were late-stage Tao Profound Realm powerhouses too. If it was made public, it would be impossible for him to want to bring the people away, let alone talk about catching any proof. Yi Yuan could only bring the two of them away silently to not cause a disturbance. In between this naturally borrowed Ruan Shuangzhou's power. But the exhaustion of the terrifying illusionary realm, which he forcibly activated the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil to lay down, was also tremendous. Deploying the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil with Yi Yuan's present strength, the burden on the body was immense. Especially dealing with Rong Zhe and Bai Su, this kind of powerhouses, it virtually depleted his soul force and essence energy. That was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, even if they obtained the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, they would also be squeezed dry instantly. This was also why the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil would choose Yi Yuan to be the host. A favor from head elder can't be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of gold. Then, this ye won't be courteous. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a laugh. Head elder waved his hand, but his expression darkened as he said, Your move earlier, probably only a peak formation emperor, would have such strength. Furthermore, you were able to capture Rong Zhe, and by Su here, without making a scene. This isn't what the average person can do. Also, that divine king should be your servant, right? Your level of strength, this seat feels rather concerned. Rong Kun was shrewd with age. Other people were all astonished by Yi Yuan's methods, but he saw Yi Yuan's extraordinary aspects. Other people would underestimate Yi Yuan because of his cultivation realm, thinking that he was harmless to man and beast. But head elder knew that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he displayed just by looking at the things he saw before his eyes. Leaving such a human in the White Tiger clan, he had no choice but to guard against. These words he kept Yi Yuan behind to say was actually warning Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan rein it in a little. Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. Probably after this, he would be in for the White Tiger clan's surveillance. But so what? Someone able to keep watch on him had not been born yet. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Head elder is worrying too much. White light and I accompanied each other along the way. One can say that he was raised by me. His clansmen are my Yi Yuan's clansmen. As long as White Light is still in the White Tiger clan, I, Yi Yuan, will forever be the White Tiger clan's friend. Rong Kun could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk actually turned around to threaten him. Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. He, Yi Yuan, would not do things detrimental to the White Tiger clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that the White Tiger clan was good to White Light. If someone was detrimental toward White Light, he, Yi Yuan, would eliminate the other party without the slightest hesitation too. If it were other people, they would only just brush it over with a laugh towards a threat like this. But after Rong Kun witnessed Yi Yuan's means, although he did not think that he posed any threat to the White Tiger clan, this kind of opponent would absolutely give people a painful headache. Oh, then this seat hopes that we can keep on being friends. Rong Kun suddenly chuckled and said, Haha, of course, of course. Yi Yuan took his leave with a loud laugh, bringing White Light together and leaving. After Yi Yuan left, Wu Xian came beside Rong Kun and said solemnly, This child is presumptuous. This Wu Xian seemed to be a man of few words. But these 4 words already expressed his displeasure towards Yi Yuan. Head elder chuckled, but asked the other one, What do you think by E? Bai E stroked his beard and laughed as he said, Immeasurable. Rong Kun nodded his head and said, This boy is indeed presumptuous. However, he truly has the capital to be arrogant. What he did today, even you and I are also unable to do it to such a flawless degree. I think he might be deliberately displaying his strength to us, so as to make us attach importance to Little Light. If there's a possibility, best to not become enemies with this child as far as possible. Chapter 983. Infiltrating. Chapter 983. Infiltrating inside the White Tiger dungeon, White Light looked at that delicate and sweet image, his heart in immense pain. Big Brother Light, do it. Fang Xiao closed her eyes painfully, 2 rows of clear tears falling down from the corners of her eyes. Fang Xiao accepting it, so readily caught White Light somewhat by surprise. Looking at her appearance, it seemed like she already had a realization long ago. White Light's heart jolted fiercely, and he said in a trembling voice, Don't you plan on explaining a little? Fang Xiao shook her head lightly and did not speak. White Light's face turned grim, and he said coldly, Fine. Since that's the case, I'll send you off personally. White Light hardened his heart and suddenly reached out, grabbing towards Fang Xiao's throat. all of a sudden, the a sea rippled. A figure appeared out of thin air, intercepting this grab of white light. "Big brother, what are you doing?" White light said in confusion. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I already said maybe the matter isn't as terrible as you imagine. Isn't that so, Miss Feng Xiao?" Feng Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with fear. 2 days ago, it was precisely this man who suddenly appeared inside the dungeons. Then, she disclosed everything that she knew in its entirety and did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. Seeing Yi Yuan question, Feng Xiao turned her head over and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said with a smile, "Still remember what Head Elder said. He owes me a favor?" White Light froze, but Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I already talked with Head Elder. This favor, I'll use it to exchange for Feng Xiao." The moment these words were said, White Light's and Feng Xiao's entire bodies trembled. A favor from Head Elder. It was actually used to exchange for an enemy who schemed incessantly to frame White Light. White Light had been in the clan for a long time and was all too clear about how terrifying Head Elder's strength was. A favor of his was truly hard to obtain with 1,000 pieces of gold. But Yi Yuan actually used it so easily. "Big brother, this Head Elder's favor was too precious. Why be big brother? Feng Xiao only wishes for death." Feng Xiao hesitated for a bit, but still followed White Light to call Yi Yuan big brother. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Just a favor. If it's used up, then it's used up. As long as I'm willing, I can make the White Tiger clan owes me a lot of favors. White Light, you should know my temperament. Being together with Yi Yuan for many years, White Light was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's personality. As long as Yi Yuan treated the other party as a close kin, even if it was climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames, he would not bat an eyelid either, let alone talk about a measly little favor. But big brother, White Light's gaze turned towards Feng Xiao, love and hatred intertwined in his eyes. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Miss Feng Xiao isn't as wicked as you imagine." She was also compelled against her will. "This matter is hard to say finish in a sentence. We'd better talk again on the road." Watching Yi Yuan, Feng Xiao, and White Light as their figures disappeared inside the transmission array, Bai Yi said to Rong Kuan, "Head Elder, letting them go like this, aren't you afraid of them running?" Rong Kuan said with a smile, "Yi Yuan does things flawlessly. He brought Feng Xiao away, but left behind that girl he came together with. Although he did not say it explicitly, it's actually the intention of leaving her to be a hostage. Ling Nine Hills is a divine king powerhouse. He's not what the likes of Rongzhe's strength can compare to. Could it be that Head Elder is so confident that he can bring Ling Nine Hills back?" Although he was very optimistic about Yi Yuan too, bringing Ling Nine Hills back, this sort of mission, it was still way too fantastical. Rong Kuan shook his head and said, "Honestly speaking, I don't have the least bit of confidence either. I don't know where this boy's confidence comes from to dare accept such a mission. But I think that even if he's able to complete the mission, the price paid likely wouldn't be small either, right? For the sake of little Light, he's indeed plussing somewhat too hard." Bai Yu sighed emotionally and said, "For little Light to be able to encounter such a big brother, it's truly good fortune of 3 lifetimes." Outside the Heavenly Fiend Tiger territory, Feng Xiao appeared rather nervous and timid. Although she was a Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's member, her memories here were not pleasant. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan was totally different from the White Tiger Clan. This place was completely a place where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. The laws of survival were no different from primitive beasts. Feng Zhao's bloodline power was very strong, but because she was born in a slave family, she was practically reared in a pen from young. Ling Nine Hills planted very powerful restrictions on her and could control her life and death. Furthermore, Feng Zhao's parents had always been treated as hostages and were imprisoned to use to threaten Feng Zhao to do things for him. Receiving Ling Nine Hills' orders this time, she originally wanted to exploit White Light's sympathy and make White Light save her. Then, let Bai Su expose this matter. But even Feng Zhao herself also did not expect that she actually fell hopelessly in love with White Light just like this. And White Light similarly fell for Feng Zhao. But this kind of love that had no outcome made Feng Zhao feel as if a blade was being twisted in her heart. Choosing between her parents and White Light virtually tore her into two. Despair was the greatest sorrow. When she was locked up inside the White Tiger dungeon, she already had the will to die. But she never would have thought that Yi Yuan's sudden appearance actually made the entire matter take a turn for the better. "Be big brother, Yi," Feng Zhao said timidly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Just call me big brother the same as White Light. Now, tell me Ling Nine Hills' habits and customs, no matter how important or trivial. Don't omit even a SCR. 8P. We only have one chance. Once we startle the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses, it will be very hard for us to escape." Yi Yuan's merger into heaven and earth was indeed very powerful, but it was not matchless either. Once he fell into a tight encirclement of divine king experts. Even if Yi Yuan displayed merging into heaven and earth, he could not escape either. This move's advantage lied in taking by surprise. Once the other party was prepared, it would not be fun anymore. Although Yi Yuan said it with a smile, these words made Feng Zhao alarmed inwardly. Right away, she did not dare to hesitate either, saying out all of Ling Nine Hills' habits and customs that she knew, and following Feng Zhao's description, a map of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan also finished constructing in his mind. All preparations in place, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, but White Light held on to him and said with a conflicted look, "Big brother, why not forget about it? I know that you're doing it for my good, but the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's strength isn't much weaker compared to the White Tiger Clan. It's too dangerous." White Light was not that ignorant person long ago anymore. How powerful a divine king expert was, he was very clear. Although Yi Yuan's means were extremely a lot once he entered the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's territory, it was an exceedingly dangerous thing too, let alone that he even wanted to capture Ling Nine Hills, this divine king powerhouse, alive. This was simply an impossible to complete mission. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. "I say, you punk, when did you become so fussy and long-winded? Could it be that you can bear to watch Feng Zhao's parents die? Just like this?" This White Light could not help becoming hesitant. "All right, you guys enter the vast heaven pack. Oh, first. Leave the rest to me," Yi Yuan said with a relaxed look. Chapter 984. Dancing on the Edge of a Blade. Chapter 984. Dancing on the edge of a blade, inside an inner chamber in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. The lamplight was dim. Ling Nine Hills stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. "Nine Hills, your performance this time is very good. That flowing light clan brat is indeed somewhat unusual. If we let him become the young patriarch, our Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan will likely be beyond hope in the future." Under the dim lantern light, a powerhouse whose face could not be seen clearly, White Light's sudden emergence gave the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan a massive headache toe. These few years, the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan had quite a number of exceptionally talented geniuses all fall at White Light's hands. This made their young generation's strength suffer heavy losses. Ling Nine Hills was overjoyed inwardly the moment he heard, and hurriedly said, "Head Elder is too kind. Serving the clan is originally what people of our group should do." Head Elder nodded and said, "Don't worry, this seat won't treat you shabbily. If you can use a ruse to bait and kill that white light, the clan will award you a profound heaven-entering void pill." Ling Nine Hills could not help freezing when he heard, and was wildly elated in his heart. Reaching the divine king realm, ordinary medicinal pills could not enter their arcane sites at all. Only high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills could make them so visibly moved. However, each high-grade tier 9 medicinal pill was incomparably precious. Even a large clan, like the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, would not anyhow take it out either. Rest assured, Head Elder. With those two fools around, White Light will die eventually. Even if White Light can't become young patriarch, he's still an immense threat to Rong Xin. There's no way Rong Zhe, that old fellow, would sit idly by and watch indifferently. Ling Nine Hills forcefully held back his agitation and said. Head Elder nodded his head and felt that Ling Nine Hills and Lysis was very reasonable too. "This matter will be said to you. If you need any help from the clan, feel free to ask me." Ling Nine Hills bowed his body and said, "Yes." Leaving the Head Elder's secret chambers, Ling Nine Hills' mood was excellent. He wanted to return to his residence as soon as possible and contact Rong Zhe, that old punk. He wanted to ask about the situation over there. I believe there's already a conclusion over there. Placing that S by my side and fostering her, I didn't expect that it actually exchanged for a profound heaven-entering void pill. Truly an unexpected harvest. With it, making my way into the Elder's Council isn't an impossibility either. Ling Nine Hills was in high and vigorous spirits at this time, seemingly already seeing himself in control of the clan's authority. However, as he walked, Ling Nine Hills suddenly discovered that something was amiss. "And didn't I walk by this path just now? Calculating based on the time, I should have reached long ago. Impossible. Could it be that I fell for an illusionary magic? But who has this ability to be able to cast an illusionary art on me in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's territory?" Ling Nine Hills said with a frown. Thinking about it, Ling Nine Hills still felt that it was not possible. Even with Head Elder's strength, it was also impossible to make him suck UMB to illusionary magic in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan noiselessly. Hence, he carried on walking forward. Ling Nine Hills walked, and he arrived at a concealed dungeon. He slowly opened the dungeon gates and walked inside. 2 prisoners appeared in his sight. The moment those 2 people saw Ling Nine Hills, they hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "Lord Nine Hills, we beg you to let our shower go. She's still just a child." However, Ling Nine Hills did not reply. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a flash. Who could it be if not Fong Xiao? "Father, Mother, you're both? All right, that's really great." Fong Xiao cried with joy, hugging the 2 people all at once. When Fong Xiao's father and mother saw their daughter, they both had shock written all over their faces. SPAC rippled, and another 3 figures appeared. "Shuangzhou, quick! Restrain Ling Nine Hills. I already can't hold on anymore. We only have 10 breaths of time, and must leave the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan at once. Leave at your greatest speed, and strive for time for me to recover." Yi Yuan spoke just like continuously firing a machine gun. Time was very pressing. Wan Shangzu suddenly made a move and thoroughly sealed Ling Nine Hills' Dantian. With Yi Yuan's present strength, merging with heaven and earth could at most last for 100 breaths of time. During this time, Yi Yuan even had to utilize the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil and unleash the secret illusion heavenly realm. This was a tremendous challenge to him. Even with Yi Yuan's incredible nerves, he could only persist for several dozen breaths of time at most as well. Fortunately, in this several dozen breaths of time, Yi Yuan found Feng Zhao's parents through Ling Nine Hills. Now that it had already succeeded, there was only waiting to retreat. But in reality, the truly dangerous moment only really arrived now. Currently, he already showed himself. There was at most still 10 breaths of time, and he would be discovered by the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses. If he did not escape as soon as possible, they probably would not be able to escape anymore. Wan Shuangzhou grabbed Ling Nine Hills in his hands like dragging a dead dog. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he directly put everyone away into the vast heaven pag. Then used his final trace of essence energy and merged into heaven and earth. Except, merging into heaven and earth this time, Yi Yuan could not persist a long time at all. At this time, Yi Yuan already could not bother with arousing the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's attention. Merging into heaven and earth one time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived outside the totem territory, then was no longer able to move. But Yi Yuan already informed Wan Shuangzhou before, after merging with heaven and earth, it would be up to him to bring everybody to escape. With Wan Shuangzhou's feat strength, it still needed a certain amount of time for the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's people to want to catch up. Yi Yuan directly entered inside the vast heaven pag. With a flash. Big brother, are you all right? Currently, Yi Yuan was spasming all over, cold sweat pouring profusely. His condition was very alarming. A medicinal pill. Yi Yuan used the last of his strength to say. White light only abruptly came to a realization at this time. Yi Yuan already gave him the medicinal pills to restore essence, energy, and soul force beforehand. Right away, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly let Yi Yuan consume them. This time, Yi Yuan really reached the point where he could do no more. Not even a final trace of essence energy remained either. Merging with heaven and earth was indeed formidable, but it overly consumed essence energy. Adding and dealing with Ling Nine Hills, this divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan virtually depleted his soul force and essence energy dry at the same time. This sort of feeling was simply even more awful than dying. Following the medicinal pills entering his abdomen, traces of essence energy and soul force flowed into his body. Yi Yuan gradually stopped spasming. His ashen complexion finally recovered a trace of vitality. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly felt quite a number of auras, powerful until it made people asphyxiated, locking onto them from far away. One of the auras among them was far too powerful, unless it was the 10 great divine kings who made a move. Otherwise, body could have a frontal class. Plus Yi Yuan was deeply aware of these divine kings' might. The operation, this time, truly could be said to be dancing on the edge of a blade. But the matter progressing until now was still considered smooth sailing. It basically acted out according to the script he directed prior to this. Now, they only had to escape to the White Tiger Clan's territory and would have no worries about the rear anymore. He already came to an agreement with Rong Kuan, making him receive them at the borders. Even if the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's elders were any more powerful, it was also not possible to pursue into the White Tiger Clan's territory. Young Master, the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan has an expert whose speed is extremely fast. With my feat strength, I probably can't persevere to the White Tiger Clan's borders and will be caught up by the other party. Wan Shuangzhou's voice suddenly transmitted into the vast heaven pag. Giving everyone a shock. Chapter 985, No Way Out. Chapter 985, No Way Out. Head Elder, who on earth was it? to actually be able to avoid our clan protecting grand array and restrictions, and to kidnap Ling 9 hills away, a heavenly fiend tiger clan's elder asked head elder Pan Een. Pan Een sped like the wind while saying with a frown, "No idea." When he just left the totem territory, there wasn't any aura ahead. Presumably, he has an extremely powerful spatial holy artifact. But looking from the aura, the other party is just an ordinary divine king and doesn't seem to be very remarkable. Inform Ling Lixiao. Let him intercept ahead. Make sure not to let that person escape into the White Tiger Clan's territory. Yes, what that elder asked earlier was precisely what he was perplexed by too. Ever since discovering that someone intruded into the totem territory, he discovered 2 auras from start to end. These 2 auras were both not very strong. That one ahead was just an ordinary divine king, while the aura previously was even only at the phaseless realm. He even wondered if he had a false impression. It was absolutely impossible for 2 people like this to hide from the clan protecting grand array and restrictions and intrude into the totem territory and not be discovered by him. Yet, this matter happened just like this. Not only did it happen, he even let the other party abduct Ling 9 hills away from right under his nose. This sort of thing, he racked his head and could not figure it out either. Therefore, he still decided to catch up to the other party and capture, and get to the bottom of it. Pan Een was courageous, stemming from his superb skills, and was naturally not afraid of Yi Yuan playing tricks. In the entire divine realm, a person who was able to make the heavenly fiend tiger clan's head elder afraid had not been born yet. Even if the 10 great divine kings came, he had the confidence to make a full retreat as well. Pan Een displayed a secret art, and his speed suddenly exploded, turning into a stream of flowing light, speeding over in Wan Shuangzhou's direction. Although they were inside the vast heaven pack. Oh, the White Light and Feng Xiao both sensed head elder's horrifying pressure. White Light's face was intensely grim, and Feng Xiao's complexion was deathly pale. Feng Xiao gripped White Light's sleeves tightly, clearly nervous to the extreme. Big Brother Light, this person who chased after is definitely head elder, apart from the patriarch. Only he has such a terrifying strength. Feng Xiao said tremblingly. White Light said in a solemn voice, "Don't worry. With Big Brother around, it will be fine. Let's be quieter. Don't disturb Big Brother's recovery of strength." Feng Xiao nodded her head obediently, not daring to make any more sound. The current Yi Yuan had long entered Heaven-Man Unity realm already. He revolved the spirit bristle, 9-yang divine art to the limits, frenziedly recovering essence energy. The more it was like this, the calmer and more terrifying Yi Yuan was. He was seizing every minute and second, making the best use of all of his time to recover strength. Even if head elder pressed on any harder, he was not swayed in the slightest either. Rumble! Right at this time, an intense undulation actually occurred outside. Wan Shuangzhou actually already engaged in battle with someone. Not good. Outside of the heavenly fiend tiger clan's borders, there is actually still a divine king powerhouse hiding himself. White Light's expression changed drastically as he said. It was as if Yi Yuan did not sense the outside world's happenings at all. He still recovered strength like body's business. Heart like monolith, one could not be swayed by external things. Now that Yi Yuan already reached Heaven-Man Unity Heart Realm, all of the outside world's turmoil, he could utterly sever them. Outside world. Ling Lixiao got the news sent from the clan and immediately hurried back, but he just happened to block Wan Shuangzhou right here. Ling Lixiao was just an ordinary divine king. His strength was not much different from Wan Shuangzhou's, wanting to kill or capture the other party. That was something virtually impossible. However, his goal was to pin down Ruan Shuangzhou. When Head Elder rushed over, wouldn't this person still allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? But Ruan Shuangzhou had no desire to continue fighting and was anxious to get away. But with a divine king delaying at his side, his speed could not increase no matter what. With this, Head Elder's horrifying pressure approached closer and closer. Ruan Shuangzhou was also panicking with anxiety. Inside the vast heaven pag, Yi Yuan did not stir in the slightest. The more anxious he got, the slower Ruan Shuangzhou's speed became. He even nearly got hit by Ling Lixiao's moves a number of times. Yi Yuan, we probably can't escape already. What should we do now? Ruan Shuangzhou could not resist asking the Yi Yuan inside the vast heaven pag. What replied him was silence. Rumble. A horrifying aura suddenly descended. An aged figure stood in the air, thoroughly sealing off Ruan Shuangzhou's exit. Who are you to actually dare provoke my heavenly fiend tiger clan? Pan Yin's cold voice came over. Ling Lixiao also ceased his movements and stopped beside Pan Yin. The current Ruan Shuangzhou was already a turtle in a jar. With Pan Yin around, he could not escape even if he had wings. The gears in Ruan Shuangzhou's head spun, and he gave a bow towards Pan Yin and said, "Junior unintentionally transgressed and only accidentally ventured into your esteemed land. Junior will leave right away. I hope that Senior can give a way out. Is it all right?" Ruan Shuangzhou was also a quick-witted person. He obviously knew that Pan Yin would not let him leave. Even abducted their divine king, still saying accidental intrusion, but at this point right now, Ruan Shuangzhou already had no other choice. Every little bit he could delay counted. If it were several months ago, Ruan Shuangzhou never would have thought that he would actually place his hopes on a phaseless realm, even if he was beaten to death. But now, Ruan Shuangzhou knew that his only chance of survival rested on Yi Yuan. His relations, HI+P with Yi Yuan, was about the same as Yuan phase back then. He had his individual thoughts, but had no choice. He had to submit under Yi Yuan's command. But only ever since after he submitted under Yi Yuan's command did he know how terrifying the means Yi Yuan possessed. Indeed, Pan Yin laughed coldly when he heard that and said, "Is your esteemed self taking this old man to be a fool? Kidnapping Ling 9 Hills. You're probably sent over by Rong Kuan, that old dog, right? Looks like the matters over there was exposed and fell through. It's just, I'm very curious. How in the world did you sneak into the totem territory? Of course, you can also not tell, but this old man will have ways to make you say it out." Ruan Shuangzhou had a helpless look as he said, "Junior really don't know what you're talking about. This one is just a run-of-the-mill human martial artist. Why would I be sent here by the White Tiger clan? You all lost your men. You can't very well randomly find a person to shoulder it, right? This is also too unreasonable." Pan Yin's eyes narrowed, and he said with a faint smile, "Looks like you're dragging the time. But I'm very curious. Could it be that you still have other means to escape this old man's palms? Or perhaps it's that phaseless realm junior you came together with? Honestly speaking, this old man is really quite curious about you guys." Pan Yin was shrewd with old age. How could he not perceive Ruan Shuangzhou's little thoughts? But he was not worried either. He very much wanted to take a look at what means the other party had to be able to sneak into the totem territory so imperceptibly. One either had a heaven-defying treasure or had a heaven-defying skill. Regardless which was it, it could become the ace in the hole to bring down the White Tiger clan. How could he not be moved? "Shuangzhou, you did very well. Leave the rest to me." Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. When Ruan Shuangzhou saw Yi Yuan, he was firstly overjoyed. Following that, he was alarmed inwardly and said, young master actually broke through. Chapter 986, Land of Ancestral Spirits. Chapter 986, Land of Ancestral Spirits. Prior to this, Yi Yuan was still first-level phaseless, entering the vast heaven pag. And circling one round, he became first-level phaseless. Although breaking through a minor cultivation realm did not make much of a difference to the present situation, it still gave Wan Shuangzhou a shock. And I didn't think that after being squeezed dry, I actually took advantage of the opportunity and broke through. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said nonchalantly, but opposite of them, when Pan Yin saw this scene, he was unbelievably shocked. He could tell that Wan Shuangzhou and Yi Yuan entered a soul contract. A divine king realm powerhouse was actually serving a phaseless realm person as his master. With such extravagance, he at least came from a super holy land. In an instant, Pan Yin connected to many things in his mind. If the White Tiger clan and a human super holy land were in collusion, then the heavenly fiend Tiger clan would be in danger. Looks like he must make this young man stay. Yi Yuan did not think that the scene earlier actually strengthened Pan Yin's resolve to make him stay. Junior, are you surrendering without putting up resistance, or are you going to make this old man take action? Pan Yin said coolly. Since he caught up, it was absolutely impossible to let Yi Yuan escape, even if Yi Yuan's measures were immensely formidable. This was the confidence belonging to a peak divine king. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, "If you have the capabilities, feel free to chase after and give it a shot." Pan Yin had yet to react in time when Wan Shuangzhou vanished with a whoosh. Yi Yuan's figure was also like a moon's reflection in the water, gradually vanish. Plussing before Pan Yin. Seeing this scene, Pan Yin's and Ling Lixiao's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Heaven Man unity. How is this possible? Ling Lixiao cried out in shock. Head Elder's face fell, and he said, "Chase after." Yi Yuan did not escape in the direction of the White Tiger clan. He could sense that Pan Yin already locked down all of the surrounding SPAC. Even if he merged with heaven and earth, Pan Yin was able to force him out too. A peak divine king's understanding of heavenly Tao was extremely deep and far from what ordinary divine kings could compare to. Merging with heaven and earth in front of ordinary divine kings, one could escape brazenly without fear of anything. But facing a peak divine king, one could not. Yi Yuan naturally would not run in the direction of the heavenly fiend Tiger clan either. That was walking right into a trap. Hence, he chose to flee in the direction of the two people. Head Elder never dreamed that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually merging with heaven and earth. With this moment of hesitation, Yi Yuan already scurried out several tens of thousands of miles away. But Head Elder already used divine, sense to lock onto Yi Yuan long ago. Although he was a step late, he followed closely behind, and would not fall behind too much either. As for Ling Lixiao, he could only eat the dust behind. Although Head Elder could not merge with heaven and earth, his speed was not the least bit slower compared to Yi Yuan. The two people, one chased, one ran. In an instant, they were 1,000,000 miles away. While chasing, Head Elder was still endlessly shocked in his heart at the same time. Heaven Man unity, this sort of heart realm, had already not appeared in the divine realm for D knows how many years. Even with his vast experience, he also did not imagine that this heart realm actually appeared on a 20-over-years-old young man. What in the world is this boy's background? Luckily, I chased after him. Otherwise, who can make this boy stay? No wonder it was only that divine king escaping earlier. Looks like this brat depleted his essence energy in order to sneak into the totem territory previously. As Pan Yin's imagination ran wild, the two people already ran D knows how far out. Head Elder's strength was immense in the end. His speed was actually still that tiny bit faster than the Yi Yuan who merged into heaven and earth. The distance between the two people was gradually shrinking. Boy, even if you comprehended heaven-man unity, you absolutely can't escape either. Pan Yin urged his voice with essence energy, transmitting directly into Yi Yuan's ears. Old man, if you have the capabilities, chase after and see. Not the slightest hint of panic could be heard from Yi Yuan's voice. It even had hints of ridicule. When Pan Yin heard Yi Yuan's voice, he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he said, "Not good. This direction. Is it possible that he wants to enter the land of ancestral spirits? D.A.M. and it must be Feng Shao, that little La S who gave him the idea. No can do. I have to think of a way of stopping him from entering." Pan Yin's guess was correct. Yi Yuan's destination was precisely the land of ancestral spirits. Before Yi Yuan came out, he asked Feng Shao what places within this heavenly fiend tiger clan's boundary that even divine king powerhouses did not dare to go. And the answer Yi Yuan got was the land of ancestral spirits. The land of ancestral spirits was the place where the heavenly fiend tiger clan housed the memorial tablets of ancestors. Inside had an incomparably powerful tomb guardian. Under the circuit, stances where no permission was allowed. Even if the heavenly fiend tiger clan's patriarch entered inside, he would be blotted out too. It was not that the tomb guardian already reached deity realm, but the tomb guardian could borrow the strength of the ancestors' spirits in the land of ancestral spirits. This sort of power was very strange. All in all, even the patriarch would be fraught with grim possibilities when entering inside too. When Yi Yuan heard of the land of ancestral spirits, he decided to go in without another word. At this point, wanting to return to the White Tiger clan according to the original route was already something impossible. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided on the spot and directly merged with heaven and earth and attempted to enter the land of ancestral spirits. A powerhouse like Pan Yin was still not what the current Yi Yuan could contend with. Although entering the land of ancestral spirits was dangerous, there was still a ray of hope. But if he landed in Pan Yin's hands, that was certain death without the possibility of survival. The land of ancestral spirits was not too far away from the totem territory. Yi Yuan deliberately took a big detour before aiming for this place. So right at the beginning, Pan Yin did not realize it as well. P.A.C. rippled, and Yi Yuan's figure emerged with a flash. Ahead were two enormous pitch-black statues of ferocious tigers. A terrifying aura faintly exuded from within. Behind the statues was a Civ Mausoleum. This was the land of ancestral spirits. Who is it to dare have the audacity to arbitrarily barge into the land of ancestral spirits? Why haven't you obediently allowed yourself to be captured without putting up a fight? A large group of martial artists suddenly came out. Yi Yuan swept a glance over. They were actually all Dao Profound Realm martial artists. Those powerful ones were even late-stage Dao Profound Realm. But these heavenly fiend Tiger Clan members were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Shuangzhou, go and take care of them. Let's enter the land of ancestral spirits. Yes, young master. Yi Yuan let one Shuangzhou out. When they saw a divine king powerhouse suddenly show up opposite, it was as if each and every one of them were facing a formidable enemy. Wan Shuangzhou did not hesitate either, and immediately started sacring without restraint akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The reason why divine kings were divine kings was that their disparity with ordinary Dao Profound Realm was too great. Even an 8th level Dao Profound powerhouse was too weak to stand up to combat. 1. Tying in front of a divine king too very soon, one Shuangzhou slaughtered out A-B-L-O-O-D-Y path. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either. Following Wan Shuangzhou, he was about to enter the mausoleum. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came over from an extremely faraway place. Heavenly fiend secret art, tiger roar shaking the firmament. Roar. Pan Yin gave a long howl. An incomparably powerful sound wave directly pierced through the void, and A.S. sailed over towards Yi Yuan accurately. Arg! Those heavenly fiend tiger clan members were not dead yet. However, areas where this sound wave Pa-S said by, each and every one of them bled from all orifices, and were actually forcefully shocked to death. Yi Yuan's countenance changed, and he took out the heavenly king bell without any hesitation. Right hand, the sacred dragon token was already in his hand, directly SMAs. H.I. plussing down onto the heavenly king bell. Chapter 987, The Mystery of White Light's Ancestry. Chapter 987, The Mystery of White Light's Ancestry Gong. The heavenly king bell being smashed by the sacred dragon token, a terrifying undulation immediately spread out. Two sound waves instantly intertwined together. Rumble. Places where the sound waves intersected. Sieve rocks were crushed into fragments. Trees were also pulverized into dust. In the air, the smell of dust filled the air everywhere. Pan Yin was still far away, but his expression became fearful. Yi Yuan's sound wave attack was actually able to stand up to him as equals. Furthermore, just now, he distinctly sensed a trace of an extraordinary undulation. Go! Yi Yuan forcefully endured his internal injuries and entered the land of ancestral spirits together with Wan Shuangzhou. That attack earlier, Yi Yuan used a trace of divine essence. Otherwise, there was no way to contend with Pan Yin's sound wave attack at all. Pan Yin's senses were extremely acute, and he still discovered a hint of inkling. This boy is truly too strange. Pan Yin said with a somber look. Right then, several streaks of flowing light streaked across the horizon. Quite a number of divine kings only rushed over now. Seeing head elder's overcast look, the group of divine kings did not dare to speak out of turn. Very clearly, even when head elder made a move, he did not manage to hold this young man back too. Each and every one of them exchanged glances. All saw the look of shock in the other party's eyes. Head elder's strength was unfathomable. Dealing with a phaseless realm brat, he actually did not succeed. This child definitely has a Sieve secret on him. We must capture him alive, return to the clan, and invite array masters over, make them seal off the S.P.A.C. in this vicinity. Additionally, 5 people stay behind and guard the mausoleum's entrance. Must not let him escape. You all must not lower your guard. This child comprehended the realm of heaven-man unity and is able to merge with heaven and earth. Even a divine king powerhouse might not be able to make him stay either. I'll go back and discuss with the patriarch and consider sending people into the land of ancestral spirits. Head elder instructed. These few divine kings were eating dust behind the entire time and completely did not know what happened earlier. Hearing head elder say it at this time, everyone was endlessly shocked in their hearts. No wonder even head elder suffered a setback too. This boy actually comprehended heaven-man unity. Pan Yin still had something that he did not tell. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. Actually, Pan Yin suspected that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession to be able to contend with his tiger roar shaking the firmament. Furthermore, that trace of bizarre undulation, it aroused Pan Yin's suspicions. Therefore, Pan Yin would not let Yi Yuan leave no matter what. Entering the land of ancestral spirits, Yi Yuan finally could not hold it back, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His strength was too weak after all. Head Elder's sound wave attack was sufficient to exterminate ordinary divine kings too. But Yi Yuan relied on the might of a divine artifact and forcefully resisted an attack from him. Of course, he was still considerably wounded with this. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's fleshy body was extremely powerful. This bit of injury did not pose much of a threat to him. Yi Yuan let Wan Shuangzhou guard him. After recuperating for a while, he was already no longer in danger. Yi Yuan's Tyrant Dragon regeneration art was already cultivated to an extremely high level. This bit of injury was naturally a cinch. Speaking of which, it was strange too. Yi Yuan seemed to accomplish it with extremely high proficiency when he cultivated the dragon race's cultivation methods. The dragon wave was like so, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was like that, the tyrant dragon regeneration art was similarly like this. Done with these, Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh! Feng Xiao brought her parents and prostrated on the ground. Big brother Yi, Shower's family's life, was saved by you. Shower is endlessly grateful, but in order to save my parents, I've made Big Brother Yi fall into a dangerous situation. Shower is seized with fear and worry. If there are areas where you need Shower, please feel free to instruct, Feng Xiao said agitatedly. Feng Xiao's parents clearly knew about the sequence of events already as well, and were similarly endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. White Light did not say anything, but his feelings of gratitude were not any lesser than Feng Xiao's. It was just that the feelings between him and Yi Yuan were too deep. There was no need to say these courteous words. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Miss Shower, don't need to be like this. White Lights and my feelings, I believe you've seen it too. Since you guys have mutual affection, then your matters are my matters. If it were White Light, he would similarly be like this too. If you really feel anything, then just be together with White Light well, and it will also be considered repayment to me. The moment these words came out, Shower and White Light's faces both turned red. But Feng Xiao still nodded firmly and said, Shower will. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, no need to speak any more about this matter. Want to really thank me, got to get out of the sticky situation before talking to. We've already entered the land of ancestral spirit. The dangers here are not any bit lesser compared to outside. We'd better quickly think of ways to get out. I'm also not very at ease about Lier there. Although Yi Yuan felt that Rong Kuan there should not do anything to Lier, the more people, the more diverse the voices. If he returned late, it was hard to avoid that something unforeseen would happen. When White Light heard that, he could not resist saying, Big brother, sorry. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile, You punk at it again, aren't you? This place is the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. White Light, you go out together with me. Perhaps there will be another fortuitous encounter. White Light nodded his head and went out of the vast heaven pag. Together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and White Light, the two people walked towards the depths of the land of ancestral spirits. Along the way, they did not run into much danger. On the left and right side of the tomb, there were a number of rock caverns. Tablets were placed one after another before the rock caverns. On them wrote the names of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses through the ages. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's No, 768th Generation Patriarch. Ling Outyen's Memorial Tablet. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's No, 768th Generation Head Elder, Pan Yu's Memorial Tablet. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's No, 767th Generation. On the memorial tablets, it should be recorded down in sequence. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that each and every one of those rock caves actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Looks like those able to be buried in the land of ancestral spirits are at least peak divine king level 2. The rest probably only can pa S away in meditation outside. Yi Yuan sighed with vicissitudes of emotion. White Light did not speak the entire time. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "Big brother, don't know why, this place gives me a very familiar sensation. I feel like I seem to have returned to a mother's embrace." White Light's words made Yi Yuan very surprised. Those in the divine realm all knew that the White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan were mortal enemies. Generations of mutual killing already sowed an indelible enmity. But why would White Light have this sort of strange feeling when he came to the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's land of ancestral spirit? Yi Yuan did not doubt White Light's feeling. His ancestry was very odd. Furthermore, his divine beast bloodline was extremely strong. Since he had this sort of feeling, that meant that White Light and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan might really have significant ties. Could it be that White Light's predecessor actually originated from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan? But why would White Light have the White Tiger clan's bloodline in him too? White Light, this little white tiger, was similarly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something. Looking at White Light, he said, "White Light, you wouldn't possess the White Tiger clan and Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's bloodline at the same time, right?" White Light had a confused look when he heard. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know either, but I've fought a number of times with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan too, and didn't feel that I have any similarity with them." Chapter 988, Perfect White Tiger Physique. Chapter 988, Perfect White Tiger Physique. Hearing White Light said this, Yi Yuan had a confused look again. White Light was really a strange species. His bloodline was clearly ridiculous powerful, but one just could not exactly identify his lineage. Of course, want to say what it was most alike to? It was still the flowing light White Tiger clan. Big brother, you look between this number 764 and number 766. It's actually missing a memorial tablet. Could it be that this generation's Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's patriarch unexpectedly lost his life? White Light said curiously. Yi Yuan took a look. It was indeed like so. Logically speaking, a powerhouse at the level of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's patriarch, unless a major unforeseen event happened in the clan. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for a situation where he perished unexpectedly to occur. That generation's patriarch didn't perish by accident, but left the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan and never returned. The voice that came suddenly made Yi Yuan and White Light jump in fright. "Who is it?" Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. With his strength, he actually did not even realize that somebody approached. How could this not shock him? A middle-aged man dressed in white robes slowly walked out from the depths of the mausoleum and arrived in front of Yi Yuan and White Light. "You're the tomb guardian?" Yi Yuan asked. He heard Feng Shao say before that inside this land of ancestral spirits had a tomb guardian with extremely powerful strength. Looking at it now, it was this middle-aged man in front of them. As for this middle-aged man's depths, Yi Yuan actually could not fathom it. But the white-robed middle-aged man did not answer Yi Yuan's words. He said with a tranquil look, "Dragon race royal bloodline, Heaven Man Unity realm, a pity that your cultivation realm is a little low. However, the sacred dragon token has already disappeared for over 100,000 years. I didn't expect that it actually landed in your hands. Looks like you, this young man, might have shouldered the mandate of heaven." Each word that the white-robed middle-aged man spoke, Yi Yuan would be a degree more shocked in his heart. It seemed like in front of this white-robed middle-aged man, he was actually like a transparent person. But fortunately, the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl This middle-aged man did not see through. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would really be stark naked in front of him. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Who the Hell are you? White Light said with a cold snort. He was incredibly astounded in his heart too. The secrets on Big Brother was actually seen through by this person with one glance. But the white-robed middle-aged man did not reply. He turned his head toward White Light again and sized him up carefully. It was as if he was admiring a work of art. Even with White Light's nerves, he also broke out in Guseb. You, MPS, all over being looked at by him. Not bad. Really not bad. Even in the Divine Tao era, a perfect white tiger physique has never appeared before either. I didn't expect that in the current age of declining laws, it would actually still give birth to a perfect white tiger physique. The white-robed middle-aged man praised with admiration. White Light listened until he was all confused. But he also discerned that he seemed to be of a very remarkable white tiger physique. But the Yi Yuan by the side trembled from head to toe. He opened his eyes wide and looked at White Light in disbelief. Perfect white tiger physique. It's actually a perfect white tiger physique. I'm really stupid to the extreme. I should have thought of it long ago. Yi Yuan raised his head and stomped his feet as he said. White Light was even more bewildered as he said, Big Brother, what on earth are you guys talking about? What in the world is a perfect white tiger physique? The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan profoundly, clearly rather surprised as he said, You actually know about the perfect white tiger physique. I even thought that only we, the lineage of the 4 great divine beasts tomb guardians, would know this sort of divine realm's secret. The perfect white tiger physique. Yi Yuan saw it in an ancient record as well. It was just that the description regarding the perfect white tiger physique on it was hesitant and vague as well. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not think of it at all. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not dare to imagine that White Light was actually of the legendary perfect white tiger physique. Although the 4 great divine beasts branches are numerous now, countless tens of thousands of years ago, they had common ancestors, the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. In the beginning, the 4 great divine beasts did not refer to a race, but referred to these 4 terrifying deity realm powerhouses in particular. The 4 of them, who were also the present 4 great divine beasts clan's first ancestors, were also genuine, pure-blooded 4 divine beasts bloodline, the 4 great divine beasts after them. Although they were also called the 4 great divine beasts, in terms of bloodline purity, they were far from comparable to their earliest ancestor. And among them, there's a type of physique that is the closest to a purebred 4 divine beasts bloodline. They are called the perfect 4 symbols divine beast physiques. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, White Light jumped in fright too. Big Brother, you're saying that I'm of the perfect white tiger physique among these perfect 4 symbols divine beast physiques? White Light said in amazement. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, I only saw these few words on an ancient record too. As for whether you are or not, I don't dare to confirm as well. But hearing the meaning in his words, you should be it, the white-robed middle-aged man said with a faint smile. If he isn't of the perfect white tiger physique, do you think that you guys can still stand here and talk properly? Yi Yuan could not help feeling stifled when he heard that. The might of this white-robed middle-aged man's strength was indeed what he rarely saw in all his life. Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee that even a 10 great divine King CLA's powerhouse could definitely win him either. Perhaps inside this land of ancestral spirits, this person was even stronger than the 10 great divine kings. With Yi Yuan's experiences, he was also unaware that within the divine realm actually still had such a powerful existence. However, isn't this the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits? What's with him having the perfect white tiger physique got to do with you? Yi Yuan said huffily. The tomb guardian said with a cold snort, "This place isn't the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits, but the white tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits. The heavenly fiend Tiger Clan is merely a branch of the white tiger clan. At present, it's an age of declining laws. Us tomb guardians can't be bothered with these things either. Therefore, we begrudgingly allowed the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses to enter the land of ancestral spirits to pass away in meditation before death." What? The heavenly fiend Tiger Clan is a branch of the white tiger clan? How is that possible? White Light nearly jumped up when he heard such a secret. One had to know that the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan and the white tiger clan had been mortal enemies starting from the divine Tao era. The two great tiger clans had already slaughtered each other for who knows how many years. But now, the tomb guardian said that the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan was a branch of the white tiger clan. How could this not shock him? The tomb guardian said disdainfully, "What's impossible about it? The dragon race has a saying called, 'The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each with a different name.' Actually, how isn't the white tiger clan just like that? If the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan isn't a branch of the white tiger clan, what right do they have to stand up to the current white tiger clan as equals for so many years? Your branch cracked themselves up to be orthodox. Actually, they are also merely just a branch lineage of the first ancestor. I won't talk about you, but the other clan members, their bloodlines are just incomplete." White Light sucked in a cold breath. The things he heard today subverted his understanding all along. Actually, it was not just him. Even Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked too. Yi Yuan could absolutely be counted as well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, but had never heard before as well that the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan and the white tiger clan were actually of the same source.